He's been around a while. That's why they're just accepting it that it's okay because Warren's there.
I've got 9:30, so we'll call the commissioners meeting to order. First item, we've already done our pledge, so first agenda today will be the approval of today's agenda.
So moved.
Thank you, Joan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right. Consent items, we have 5 listed. Is there a motion to proceed with those?
So move.
Thank you, Warren. Is there a second?
Second.
By Mark. Any questions concerning those 5? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. We'll move on to our forum, and we'll start with Paul.
2 things. I want to go back to the last meeting. I
Sure.
couldn't tell you about the one with the Dancing Sky deal. She did send the thing now, and I'll read it. Dear board members, the thing that they didn't want us to tell everybody about was that they were changing the service that we weren't supposed to manage, the service
Personnel?
operator from Lutheran Social Services.
Oh,
And they weren't able to tell Lutheran Social Services employees yet that date of our meeting. And that's why they said, please don't say anything. Wow, okay. Now it's all said and done. They got NIS, I think is what it was called. It's another Nutritional Services Incorporated, NSI. They're going to be taking it over, and it looks like the transition is going well. There, Dancing Sky's up to date. The other thing is, we went to Joan was there with, we went to that board hearing at Red Lake Falls. Yeah, interesting. With the closed meeting or the open meeting, public hearing, that all went fine. Then I think that's what I did. Yep. There you go.
Warren.
Okay, all right to corrections. Last Monday, there were 138 in jail, 47 of them were per diems. The August average is 141 and the year average is 142.7, so it's all pretty steady there. The income for the month on the per diems is 123,000, which is good. Marshal Service provided 64,000 of that, so that's quite an improvement over what the Marshal has been using the jail in the past years. Looking at my notes here. Staffing at the juvenile center, there were 6 new employees coming on, but 6 resigned, and plus 1 in termination. So that's still just operating on a shoestring, staff-wise. The jail is a staff of 34, and there's 5 short in the jail. Juvenile center has a staff of 12, and they're 3 short. Of course, and that staff is very young too, so it's a little suspect that way in some areas. Per diem rates, they're going to increase the jail per diem rate from $55 to $75 a day, and in the juvenile center from $30 to $55 a day. So there will be some increase in income from that. And there's more than enough demand, especially in the juvenile center. If they had staff, they would have it full right to the top all the time. Probation, 82 new cases, 75 closed. And then we did some work on the budget for 2025. It was the $11.75 million in 24 would increase to $12,615,000. And that's the county shares. Polk County has 88.87% of that cost. Looking at some more notes there, okay. Polk share out of that total budget would be $6,417,000. It's up 247,000 from a year ago, or about 4.1% for Polk County's contribution, which will come to $7,221,000. And I just think that's probably enough on that. We had a lot of discussion on the water district already, so I won't repeat that. I have some of these documents, they need to be part of the records or not.
You bring them up here at the meeting, they do.
Well, I will do that. Anyway, in the process of what was done on Friday, that I wasn't a part of, but everything went well as far as that presentation to the judge, who has indicated that she's going to approve everything basically going forward. Set a preliminary hearing date for the district of November 6th at 1:30 p.m., 30 p.m. That will be in the district court here, will it not? Or is that
Clay County,
in Moorhead? Are we going to need to be there?
I doubt it.
Okay. It's about a 2-hour hearing, and they, public would be able to make a presentation. And everything looks like it's in place for that. Then on November 6th, yeah, that is November 6th. Okay, I got all this paperwork. And that's probably enough out of me, I believe. I had radio board. I couldn't get my computer system to work on that one. Found out I was on airplane mode and nothing worked. How in the hell that happened, I have no clue. I haven't been on an airplane for a couple of years.
That you know of.
Well, I might have been flying somewhere. But... Okay, and of course we have. I have an issue tomorrow. We have an MPO meeting as well, and I'm chairman of that one. That's at noon. Last year I left here about 11:30 and raced back for it, and I was back here by 1:30. Probably do that again tomorrow. Okay.
Are we missing somebody else tomorrow? Are you gone? Everybody's here?
Be no problem then. All right.
Basically, I'm here.
That counts. Anything else, Warren?
Well, that's enough.
All right. Yeah, kind of a busy week for me too. Started out with Tri-County, and it appears that I left those complete notes on my desk. But two things that just to mention is they did purchase a accounting software. So they're very, very happy about it. It's a very thorough system, and they're very, very excited about implementing this. And so that is good. And they also got a very favorable insurance rate for their employees. And I don't know exactly what that was if it was in the 7% or whatever, but it was lower than 10%. So much better than our 19.8 or whatever it is that we're going to have to deal with. And then on Wednesday, I got a email and a call from a farmer who has some land on 57. I don't know if he called you yet. He might, but I went out there and visited ditch 60. Okay. And it is very well clogged up. Got some pictures and things like that. That was keeping water from flowing out of the field, obviously. And so Rich has been notified, and he's completing a request to have that area cleaned. But very informative made me a little late coming down to AMC, but Joan helped me with covering that rural county meeting that I was late for. But did make it for the AMC conference, the fall conference. The three big issues were the county election administration, hope a very nice presentation on that. And may I just say, we are thankful that Mr. Melby there is following up all the new regulations, very complex, before, during, and after the elections that I think no one ever really sees or realizes. Does the balloting start
The 20th.
20th? So coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, we have our ballots were shipped to us, so they're coming. But we will be ready on the 20th.
Very good. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
And I'm sure there'll be a much better turnout than we had with the primary. 14% was sad, but that's what it was. Also, an individual talking about federal funding and grants. Not a whole lot that maybe we deal with directly, but our department heads do, and I think they take very well use of those opportunities. Chuck's always on those too. And then the other one was preparing for cannabis. Okay, and we got a very simple breakdown of what the registration decision tree looks like. Now, if we're somewhat fortunate, the cities of Crookston, East Grand Forks, maybe Boston, Fertile, have already started this process, so they're looking at, but it's very complicated beyond that. Last night, I attended the Gently Township meeting, and they had a little concern about how they're going to handle this. They don't anticipate, but so that was something they're going to have to make some decisions on, because they don't fall into the same jurisdiction of Crooks and East Grand Forks. Have got mayors and city councils and those types of things. And then the other thing, they're always concerned about the speed going through Gently. I think that's a 40, and they weren't happy about that. And of course, with 40, sometimes people are going 50 or more. So
Yeah.
I said, well, I'll make sure that, luckily, as I was driving into Gently, I saw highway patrolmen coming on. So I had a good,
So you had to slow down?
so no, actually people were passing me, but, apparently it is concerned, and with children's and things, one of the township members says, I don't even allow my kids to walk on the sidewalk going there. And I thought, ooh, that sounds serious. So, but just, I'm,
What really
sure
helps
we're
with
with
those is the flashing, you know,
oh, okay.
speed signs that really help with those. It just gets your attention, no matter when you're driving. We see them in the other towns.
This is crazy too. Now I'm coming back from the township meeting, right? And there's a little flashing light coming into Crookston, and it's kind of flashing. And then when I get there, it says I'm going 97 miles an hour. So
The Crookston one?
yes, just a couple of miles outside of Crookston. I know, good grief, 97 miles an hour. So I don't know if that's, if you take care of that, or if I need to get a hold of somebody else.
City maintenance, it's Crookston side.
Okay. I will pass that on to them. Had an opportunity to be on KROX yesterday, and did invite anyone from the public that they wanted to come and visit our budget reviews today and tomorrow. They're certainly welcome. They're completely open. Same thing last year, and we had one person, in my neighborhood, stopped in for the first day, didn't come back the second day. And I said, well, she goes, oh, I've had enough. That's fine. So the invitation is out there. Then tomorrow, Thursday, Joan and I have extension meetings here. And then I need to go down to Moorhead for the library meeting. And then Friday, we're back here, I think, with negotiations with deputies and sergeants. So busy week. Mark?
Meeting at the Middle River Snake One Watershed quarterly meeting on last Wednesday. Nothing really earth-shaking. We did apply for the One Watershed group did apply for north of $850,000 grant. It's in the process. I tried to make the motion that for that money to stay in Polk County. It got denied, but it's district-wide. Anyway, one thing that did come up in that whole discussion, the grant application went through fine. Excuse me. One thing that did come up in the grant application was capping increase for the allowance. And I didn't get a chance to talk to Nicole after the meeting. She was busy talking to somebody else. Who is responsible in Polk County for, is that through Nicole's?
It's through the soil and water.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
because like East Polk, they do a lot and they're at 50% reimbursement.
Okay. So I'll pose my questions to, because costs are in Marshall County going up, and I'm assuming they're doing the same in Polk County, just so the Polk County's share, being we deal with three different one water or four different one watershed plans that the counties are, Polk County residents are treated fair and equally across the county and not have different one watershed districts reimbursing at different levels. So, and the Red Lake one watershed, that was scheduled and that meeting's gotten pushed back. I believe it's now into October, so nothing to report there. I did get a call from a constituent who apparently does look at our agendas. He's on the email list, and we approved under the consent items, and he posed the question to me, like on this current number 3 of the P card purchases. He was asking, well, how much of that is budgeted and how much of it is reimbursements or whatever. And maybe it would be nice, even for us, to look at, if this 116,000 that we approved today, if it's 112 of it is budgeted and the other 4 is reimbursements, or a little bit more detail in there, I think would be because the P cards are getting used more and more and more, and it might be nice just to see that, not detail, but budgeted and reimbursement type situations. That I would help me looking at those. So that's it. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Joan?
Okay, so it's been a busy couple weeks again. So last week we had our first meeting for the AMC subcommittee on taxes and state assessed properties. There's about, 25 of us that are on that committee that were appointed by AMC. We had presentation from 3 individuals from the Department of Revenue with their proposed plan of changing the formula of how, like, our utilities and, like railroads, pipelines, utility lines, how that tax is figured. And someone made the comment on the committee that it must be favorable for the utilities because there has been no pushback from them on it. So
Well, apparently, if there isn't any fuel going in the pipeline at that time, then they wouldn't be taxed.
Yeah, it's just
as
a
much.
totally
So.
different. So, um, you know, it, and it's just, I mean, our whole tax system statewide, you know, is one of the most complex in the whole country. Um, you know, and I mean, it's difficult for us to try and explain it to someone, and you know, and we have to understand kind of more, you know, what's going on, and you know, just if there's a way to streamline and you know to look at how other states are doing things, you know, maybe, and so I think you know this is going to be a very informative committee, um, you know, and then well, there was even some discussion like where you know, some counties and like cities too that they have to apply to legislature to get approval for special local sales tax, like if they're doing jails or, you know, other types of things. And the state legislature has pushed back on that and they've actually put a moratorium on it because actually the last time there were 6 individual requests and the legislature approved 5 out of 6. For some reason, they did not approve Itasca's request. Nobody knows why, but they just, you know, threw them out. And then also too, like where we, you know, the transportation tax, if you have that, then that disqualifies you from having a special sales tax. So there's all these little, you know, pieces in there that, you know, it's just confusing. So, and then I had my monthly radio program, and like Paul mentioned, we were up in Red Lake Falls for the Joint Ditch 3 meeting. No one attended the public hearing. You know, was approved without any issues. And then we had negotiations that afternoon with 49ers, and it was our 3rd meeting, and we, you know, tentatively agreed. So that'll go now to the unions for voting. And then was down in Alexandria for the policy committee meetings. We had board of directors meeting, and most of our time was actually spent with presentations by our premier business partners. And it's always interesting to, you know, hear what our partners actually do. Like there's one, and I don't remember them ever being on the list before, but it's called Homestyle Direct, and it's like these food delivery services.
Hmm.
You know, so that was you know kind of interesting that we actually have someone like that that's a partner for AMC. And then, like Gary said, I went to MRC. Actually, we got done a little early, so
That's a surprise.
so we didn't take the full 2.5 hours. But dues will remain the same for 2025. So whatever we pay will stay the same for next year. And they agreed to a 2-year contract with Capitol Hill Associates. The 2025 contract amount is 84,000 and 2026 is 88, which is next year's will be a 20,000 increase because 24 was 64,000. So, but I mean, it's just that they're doing more, you know, and I mean, even the time that they put in and stuff, they figured that the 84,000 and having 4 people is still, you know, a good deal. And there was actually one discussion of because we had a couple legislators. One was Representative Jim Joy, and he's from Holly. And I don't remember now if it was him or if it was Senator Troy Westrum, but they brought up about doing a pilot project like for a rural Uber program. You know, because like we don't have taxis, we don't have the buses, like what the metro areas have. And, figuring out a way of doing some type of transportation programs in the rural areas. And then my policy committee, which I'm vice chair for, the Health and Human Services, our 5 priorities were mental health, and then the SSIS technology modernization, MAFPA, which is the Minnesota American, African American program, which is similar to the ICWA, where there's specific process that needs to be handled under those 2 programs. And then public health funding, because there's a lot of questions, with the cannabis, and then workforce, which I think is probably a lot of priority issues. And then after the policy committees were done, then I had the AMC Finance Committee, and we passed our proposed budget for 2025 and also our new dues increases. And so that's another case of where we have this formula, which is very difficult. So we decided for 2025 to just do a straight percentage. So either 10% of what your 24 due was, or $2,000, whichever is greater. So, and the notice was sent out to the administrators and coordinators yesterday, I believe, by Julie Ring, and she has received some notifications back that people that they've received it. Most of it has been they're fine with the increases. There are some of the smaller counties, like just in our district, that I'm was a little bit concerned about how they're going to react to it, and so. And yesterday I had education and training committee, and we met with a presenter, Becky Schuler. She's actually from Bemidji, and she does consulting and looking at a program of building healthy communication. And so we're going to investigate that a little bit further. And then last night I went to the Union Lake Sarah meeting, and because they didn't have a quorum at their annual board meeting last month, they approved their 2025 budget, and talked some discussion about how they're going to manage the echo harvester next year, of who's going to supervise and be in charge of just overseeing it and everything. So I think they're dealing with all their invasive species as best as they can. So, and like Gary said, this week is busy because actually Thursday I have 4 meetings on my agenda, but I will be making 3, so I will not be at drug task force. And then negotiations on Friday. So
And you mentioned that fall conference is kind of the beginning of the setting up the platform and priorities for legislatures, which of course is just right around the corner again.
yeah.
And different committees come up with different priorities. The one that I was on, I think, was looking at tax mandates that we do. We end up taking the responsibility. So some levy relief on that. Election funding. We have to do those primary elections that cost extra money. And it's something that Republicans and Democrats kind of changed, rather than having their local caucuses to select who their members were. And tax forfeiture on there again, not necessarily to solve the problem that they work done last year, but to deal with the blight. You know, if we have to take buildings down type of thing, if we could get some funding for that and modernization of DHS on the county level. Joan, you've mentioned this several times. They improved their system down there, but nothing up here. And a lot of our social service people say they spend more time than they should have to do because they're doing equipment from years ago, but some policy issues there that might need to be changed.
Yeah, and also too that the amount of paperwork questions, everything, you know, is increased of what the workers are, they have to submit. And, you know, with the lack of up-to-date programs, it's taking more time that the workers should be actually spending with the clients.
Right.
So, and actually the legislature convenes on January 14th.
And I think we'll all have a chance to be a part of setting those priorities on October 17th, which is the District 3 meeting.
Correct.
Going to be in East Grand Forks. I think we all got
Mm-hmm.
information on that to get that on your calendar. One thing, Sheriff, too, one of the things was talked about also was regional 911 dispatching. I don't know if you have thoughts on that or not, but you know, filling those positions always is an issue, and maybe that can be and then Mr. Melby, someone suggested that we set a cap of a 5% increase on properties, and primarily for individuals who bought a home 40, 50 years ago when, you know, there's going to be different issues now with trying to come up with taxes and things like that. So that's a whole different issue, but a lot of ideas. Moving on, I think we have the sheriff.
When was that district meeting again? October 13th,
Yeah,
17.
17th.
Yeah.
It's for the August Sheriff's Report. We had our documented services statistics up for August 24. We had 85 total, and our paid services was 3,616.29. Non-paid services is 811.56. To come through for our transports for the month of August. We were down, which is good. We only had a total of 4,804 total miles, and 7 being medical, 256 with our mental health. In prison was really down. That's nice to see. 1,404, and then out of state 1,707. So our federal transport we still continue to stay busy with that. 1,129, and those runs are usually just down to Fargo and back. So we've been continually busy with that. So it's 107 total hours, 0.5 total hours of transports for the month of August. And then there's those numbers again. So, and also moving into our dispatch center, we had a total of 2,617 total calls, 712 of those being emergency, with 1,905 being non-emergency. And then there's just a chart on that. And then the calls for service for the month of August, as we run through some of the numbers, our animal complaints 14. We had assist other agencies of 15, our boat and water activity. We had a total of 28 contacts, which is nice. 2 burglaries, careless driving, that seems to go up, and reckless driving, that's down below. So domestic, violent, non-violent, we had a total of 5, with 3 of those being violent. So, and looking at this, we had motorist assist of 18. We had a total of 22 motor vehicle accidents, with 2 of those being injuries. And public assist is 20. Called in reckless driving investigations at 17, so that's always staying up there. And then our traffic stops for the month of August, we've had a total of 169. So other than that, we had 16 welfare checks, so that continues to stay up with that. So a total of calls of 691 total ICRs. So questions, concerns?
On the agency, what do you call it?
Agency assist.
Agency assist. So we're combining harvesting mid-August out on along County Road 20. City of Crookston patrol cars out there, and obviously it's during all the road closure, so forth and so on. And I watched him pull over somebody, and so forth and so on. And then he sat on County Road 65 adjacent there and monitored traffic for a little while. Do they have jurisdiction out there to?
Yes, they do. When they work with our Towards Zero Death program, we hook up and we're working with the Minnesota State Patrol, our local agencies, East Grand Forks and Crookston Police Department. So, you know, we've got the same calls when they run out, because we work in Crookston with them, and then they'll run out and help us out in the county.
Okay.
So it's just showing the unity of that. When they first went out to McIntosh, they're like, why is a Crookston police car on Highway 2 pulling over somebody? So that's what they're working, is those special shifts. That's state has given us for overtime for. It's either traffic, it's going to be speeds or seat belts.
Yeah. Yeah, someone asked me a question of how the county had authority to pull someone over on 59,
Oh yeah,
but like, I mean, I see state patrol going by my place a
yeah, on the
lot
county roads.
lately.
Yeah, we have the county has the whole jurisdiction of Polk County. The state does too, because they have state jurisdiction, but they usually try to stay on the state roads because that's their duties. And then the cities, again, there is city police, so they're going to usually stay there. But yeah, the state goes, they'll cut across County Road 9 to get to Highway 75, and you see a state patrol on that. So yeah.
Well, it's nice to have that extra coverage and backup.
Oh yeah, the shifts have been really good. It's just trying to fill those at this time is the biggest thing, because they just put more people out there,
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, and it's not costing the county anything. It's our grant, and so it's nice.
Especially everything that's been going on around McIntosh this past week.
Busy?
Well, we had the motorcycle accident, then the vehicle fire.
On Sunday night. Yeah, the motorcycle one, he just, I think, didn't take the corner very
No,
well.
yeah,
So
that was my
we haven't got
first thought.
any of the information back on that, if it was alcohol related or not or anything. And then a bad accident on Sunday. So yeah. So next item up on the agenda is our list of retired squads to sell. So Captain Haugen, I asked him to come in and speak about them, and if you had any questions or concerns with that. So this are the vehicles that are coming off, and then being put up for sale.
So like Sheriff Tadman says, we have 8 of them ready to take out of service. You can see the list, 1 through 8 there. 3 of them are enterprise leased vehicles, and the rest of them are county owned. Still utilizing enterprise to do the sales with. I'll be contacting them if this is approved to go forward. So the mileage is as it is. Any questions on any of them? It is a little higher mileage, but we're still dealing with the effects of the last couple of years. So, so far we've received 3 of the 24 vehicles. 1 soon is coming, probably within a couple of weeks, and then there'll be a few more. So,
Are they equipped already?
No.
no,
So we have to go through that process as
that's
well.
correct. Yeah. Equipment's been ordered for those vehicles. There's a little bit of time in between. There's still a few items that are still hard to get your hands on. Some of the Satina products and the emergency equipment inside.
How much of that can be moved from old to new?
As long as there's no model changes, most of it can. There were some siren updates this year in regards to the traffic signals. So we're doing some upgrades there, but if we can use it, we try to.
Mhm.
You have a vendor then that does that, or do you do that in-house?
Code 4 services out of Pelican Rapids.
Takes care of that.
Upfits all of them for us.
So we relay the cars down there, drop them off, pick up the other ones that are being done usually as the transfer. So, and then they'll put them back together, and then you're using either code 4 or customs for
Yep.
tear downs.
Yep. Both of them. Typically what we seen last year in the sales was between 13 and 18,000. 18,751 I think was our top. So I'm anticipating somewhere right in there for some of our sales here. Some of these higher mileage might not quite get that, but we're going to try. It is to maximize whatever profit we can out of them. So, any other questions?
So, I mean, so like you hooking up like with East Grand Forks sale or just doing it yourself?
Enterprise.
But all of them through Enterprise? Oh, even the ones that we didn't.
Yep, even the
Oh.
county owned.
Okay.
What's their commission?
$400 a vehicle.
And that's
They come and get it. They take care of maximizing, cleaning, and if there's any detail work that they want to do extra above what we do, and
Cool.
then, they line up the sales and we get the check.
yeah, and then the advertisement is so much larger for us.
Do you get a first right of denial of what the offer
I
is?
stay in direct contact with the sales
Okay.
team just to maximize the potential profits.
Yep.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve
Is there a second?
sale.
Second over here. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Sam Melby is up.
Good morning.
Morning.
The first item I have on here is our recorder compliance certification. In accordance with Minnesota Statute 357.182, subdivisions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. As the county recorder, I must certify that the Office of the Polk County Recorder for the year of 2023 was compliant with the standards set by the above statute to return documents within 10 days. Our average was 2.25 days for 2023, so we were well within that. I don't need any motion or anything on this. It's just to inform you and to certify that to the county board. Any questions?
That a boy.
Don't thank me, thank my staff. They do a wonderful job over there.
Good deal.
So then the next item I have is a resolution to reappoint Mark Landsberg as the county assessor. Every 4 years, on the 4-year cycle, the county assessor must be appointed or reappointed by the county board and then confirmed by the Commissioner of Revenue. This resolution will reappoint Mark Landsberg as the county assessor for a 4-year term of office beginning January 1st, 2025 and ending December 31st, 2028.
Okay, any questions?
I move.
By Warren, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any further comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you very much.
I did get a question at the Genly Township meeting last night. Someone ended up having to go somewhere else to pick up his license, and it was not a government center. It was an individual, and they were able to use a credit card. And my understanding, don't accept a credit card here.
Correct.
So he was wondering why.
The fees. We don't make a whole lot
That's
of
what I thought.
we don't make a whole lot of money on each transaction, and then to cut it by a credit card fee would basically put us at close to half of what we're making now.
I understand that. His concern was, you should get a little bit more modern with,
Yeah, and
Actually, we have
businesses
to,
are.
and the
we have to
security
have
with
the
it.
person pay the fee. We can't have the county absorb the credit card fees.
So like some businesses do, they add a service charge onto that, and I don't know if public would appreciate that, or if that even would be even something you'd wanna.
It's been looked at in the past. I know that I haven't myself looked into it because it was turned down not too many years ago as far as viability. I'm not sure if it was the security as well. What all needs to go on with processing and getting that in, the cost of getting a credit card reader and everything in here.
It's as much a countywide policy as.
So most people bring in a check then.
Yep, cash or check, and we do have the ATM over in the
Right.
taxpayer service center.
Mhm.
It's the same for taxes except for if they want to pay online, they can use a card online, I believe.
Oh, you can.
I'd have to double check that, but I believe so with the fee incorporated there.
Because I think, like license renewals in Boston, I think if you use a credit card, that
Right, I
she
think
attached,
The
she attaches a fee
the
onto.
$3 and
whatever
some
it
odd
is,
cents.
yeah.
3%
Or
or something,
3%,
and
whichever
sometimes
is
they do
more.
or whatever.
Yeah, so
Okay.
If you'd like me to look into it more, I definitely can.
I think East Grand Forks License Center, they tack on whatever their fee is, and I think it would be a little bit of a profit center.
And as Chuck said, right now the county policy as well would have to be
Yep.
reviewed.
It's certainly convenient for the individual coming in. I mean, that's
And it has to
what I
be,
was
the county policy would have to be changed.
mhm.
Well, I don't know if we have a policy other than we don't do it, but clearly we can't. Other counties do. It's just more a matter of choice and implementation.
I'd say give it a thought, commissioners. Decide, talk to your people you're representing, and see what
Yeah.
you think.
Everybody's doing it. They're always tagging it on. So if you're using the card, you're paying the fee.
Well, there's other ways of paying too. Venmo,
Mm-hmm.
I pay taxes in Hennepin County and use a card. You can use Venmo, but you do have to get it set up, and that generally means over there.
Okay. I'll pass that on. And
Okay.
again, if anyone wants to take any action on it, think it over.
Sounds good. Thank you. Anything else for me?
No, thank you much.
Thank you.
Lisa, I believe, is up next.
You can use the mouse, Lisa. Just scroll.
Sure.
You can do it either way.
Oops.
In there and in the bottom corner at the bottom.
I think it was pretty much
Okay.
right there.
There we go. All right. So thank you for inviting me here today. I'm Lisa Logring, Regional Director of Extension. I know that I have talked to some of you already about the Memorandum of Agreement. I've done several presentations, including at the AMC meeting, and I'll do another one at the County Extension Committee meeting on Thursday. So, but I did want to be available. Keep it short. The abbreviated version. I did want to, though, come in to see if anybody had any questions. So a little bit about the MOA. Oh my goodness. Okay. There we go. Wrong direction. All right. So about the agreements. So the agreements are 3-year agreements. They are negotiated with the help of AMC. AMC has an extension committee. It also has, within the extension committee, it has a MOA negotiating committee. And so we do have 6 commissioners who are on that committee, as well as 1 county administrator. Additionally, Kaya Harries, who's my supervisor, director of statewide operations, and Tammy Brumseth, who is the chief financial officer, is also on that committee. the nice thing about this is that it is an agreement that all 87 counties use. The only thing that's different is that the level of investment is obviously different among different counties. All right. The other thing is it's a 3-year agreement, and because of that, counties have found it helpful to be able to project forward and have a little better idea on the budget. All right, so we've been doing this current system since 2004. As I said, it provides consistency across the state, and it's an agreement for 3 years. Just quickly, as far as what MOA FTEs have looked at, they have increased over time. It's not a straight trajectory by any means, but it has been going up pretty consistently since 2017. And that includes all of our educators as well as county support staff who are hired by the university. Extension's budget, 25 for almost a quarter of our budget, 22.7%, which is $19 million, is coming from our counties, $19.2 million. That is the MOA amounts that are coming from counties. It's also those in-kind matches that go along with that, and those are the space, the computers that the counties provide. They provide office equipment, office supplies, all of those kinds of things. State funding also provides funding for some of our other educators who do also assist with some of the programming. So we have educators who are out of the regional offices who do provide additional support. It could be STEM funding, it could be volunteer training, financial assistance when our educators have questions. As far as university contributions, so the university contributes, we do the hiring, we do the supervision and the staff development. We also do, as I said, the enhanced programming coming from regional educators. Part of this package is access to the university research. We take on the risk management for the employees and for the volunteers. And we have wonderful volunteers. I've been in my position for about 7 years, and there have only been 2 instances where we did have to step in. And sometimes they're kind of icky conversations, but Extension does take care of that part, as well as the oversight of the agreement, the contract management, payroll, accounting, all of those reimbursements. County contributions, providing administrative support staff. Many are hired by the county, some are hired by the university, typically hired by the university when they're off-site of the government building, and that's the case here. So our office is in McIntosh, and we do have a university hired person, and I supervise that person. County also contributes the office space, furnishing supplies, equipment, and internet access. As far as what's new to the agreement, usually when I go to the last meeting of the year, I ask for county extension committees to provide feedback for our employees. Last year, we started to do it a little bit differently. Rather than giving performance feedback for our employees, it's performance feedback for the program. And so, for example, if the 4-H program isn't matching Polk County's needs, then we want to know that. If the educator isn't doing what the educator is supposed to be doing, then we need to deal with that immediately and not at the end of the year. So with that, there's an exhibit that actually is included that's got all of the supervisory information on contact information. The program deliverables are articulated. I think we do a really great job in Northwest Minnesota. We have our educators who are giving reports at every single meeting, and that's not the case across the state. I've worked at one county in the Northeast, and they report once a year instead of 4 times a year. So I think our committees are well informed on what's going on. The other thing that's a little bit different is, and it doesn't affect counties, but counties will pay a flat rate for interns. We don't have an intern, so I won't talk about that. As far as what's in the agreement, so the 2025 package price that counties pay is increasing to $100,000 for a local educator. So that would be for 4-H or full-time for 4-H or for A&R, Ag and Natural Resources. You don't have a master gardener coordinator. That's actually lumped in a little bit with part of Heather's responsibilities. 75,000 for administrative support full-time. And then there'll be a 3% increase for 26 and 2027. And like I said, this isn't their salary. This is their salary. It also includes their fringe, includes their benefits, includes their professional development, as well as all the travel that they do. All right, what it doesn't include, let's see. So it's not just salary, it's kind of what I just covered. Why is it increasing? So commissioners' top concern, and when I do say commissioners, these are the 6 commissioners who are at the table, the AMC table, and they are from all across the state. So Jack Swanson was one of them from Roseau County, Jenny Mojo from Clay County, so we're represented. Top concerns, recruiting and retaining high quality employees. We've got 2 counties. They're considered northwest, but they're farther down. They're more a little more southwest, but a couple of counties that my partner Cecilia has, and they were with an educator for 2 years. They did have an interim, and interims hold programs together, but they don't move programs forward. And so we've struggled to keep those positions going when they're not full time. Cost of benefits is increasing. Replacing employees is expensive. When I started 7 years ago, I had no idea what it was going to be like as far as all of the HR work that I think has changed significantly starting about that time. But certainly after COVID, it's been difficult. Things are getting better. We've had fewer people who are leaving, and I'll just say that when we are getting positions, we are getting more people applying. So we're moving in a better trajectory, but it's been rough since COVID. It's a 3-year agreement, so nothing, we wouldn't make any adjustments. The only thing that we've done before is we've actually decreased the MOA right now we're in the 2022 to 24 MOA, and we actually decreased it. Our A&R position, we decreased 12% for 2022. And then when COVID hit, in addition to, 2022, we decreased. We also did not increase our MOA one of the years when we were scheduled to in this current one, just because it was during COVID. There was concern about if people were going to be able to pay their taxes. At the same time, I wasn't traveling, and so we didn't charge that 2% that year. Let's see. So impact of county investment. I think that one of the biggest things that it's always hard to follow, I kind of joke, it's hard to follow our 4-H extension educator, especially because there's so much good stuff that's happening both in A&R and in 4-H. But you look at all of the programs that 4-H is doing, developing leadership qualities in 4-Hers. And if you go to the fair, there's all kinds of wonderful examples of that. Extension really does understand the importance of developing leadership. So I've got, and I know I've shared this before, but this is some work done by Winchester, who's one of our educators, who talks about the leadership gap and what are the number of people who actually need to step up and be leaders within a county. And he says that in the metro area, it's 151 out of 151 people need to step up, and in rural areas, he says it's 1 in 34 people need to step up and serve as leaders. But in Northwest Minnesota, I mean, our counties are small, and so in Kittson County, it's 1 in 5. Somebody needs to step up and be a leader. In Polk County, it's 1 in 12. And often those leaders are the people who are stepping up multiple times. And so we do a lot of training on leadership training, whether that's for youth, whether that's for emerging leaders, whether that's larger leadership programs. We do a lot online, but a lot in person too. And so the contracts, like I said, the contracts themselves, the language is all the same, but it is tailored for what's right for your community. And so you choose from a menu of services. Polk County right now for our current MOA is 1.0 FTE for youth development, for Katie for the 4-H program, 0.6 FTE for educator. And then we also have 0.5 for our support staff. All right, and so I'm just asking for your support to keep our agreement at the same level as what it currently is. Any questions?
And this is on the agenda for Thursday for the board.
It is.
vote.
Yeah. Yeah. So typically I do it in a different order so that they make that recommendation. So I understand that might need to come sooner.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Anything else? Any action today? All right. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Lisa, I just remembered, you and I had spoken at the spring
Yes.
spring AMC, I
District
forget the
meeting.
town we were even in.
Brooks.
We are in Brooks. I talked about FFA.
FFA.
Yes. And I sent you an email with some clarifying questions.
Never got it.
Okay.
If you could
I
resend
will
it.
resend it. I will resend it.
Because I
Yeah.
had the two questions on the extension side for pesticide licensing and then the FFA question.
I will send my questions back to you to get
Okay.
the clarifying questions.
All right, appreciate
right.
it. Thank you.
Thanks.
It doesn't appear that Richard is here right now. Is John Sorensen here? All right, why don't you come on up and
Chuck went to go make a couple extra copies. I didn't have enough.
okay, we can just hold off then.
How's everybody today?
Good.
Good.
You're on staff.
I'm one of the supervisors.
This came up at the one watershed for the Middle River Snake.
Okay.
And capping of wells, that's you guys
Yep.
facilitate that.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been, what is the, in your district, what is the reimbursement level?
It's on a cost share program, and I want to say it's either 75% covered and you have to pay 25%, or it's 90% covered and you have to pay 10%.
So it's pretty good, in other words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I believe, unless this is a different one, I believe if it's below a certain price, we just cover it all. But don't hold me to that, I think.
My concern is Middle River Snake, one watershed increased the reimbursement percentage.
Oh, yeah.
And my concern is that we treat Polk County all the same, but I'll reach out to Nicole, and she was at that meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Before the budget meeting that I was recently at, we as supervisors passed a resolution, and we don't want to implement it, but we will if the concerns that we have brought forth, if those internal issues are not resolved, I guess. Here is the resolution. I can read it for you guys. Resolution of West Polk Soil and Water Conservation District Supervisors, Resolution West Polk 24-1, Implementation of Delegated State Programs, Wetlands Conservation Act, and Local Water Management. Whereas the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resource distributes the natural resource block grants to counties every biennium for implementation of county natural resource programs. Whereas Polk County received the Natural Resource Block Grant for implementation of natural resource programs, whereas Polk County has delegated the Wetland Conservation Act program and Local Water Management program for the West Polk County to the West Polk Soil and Water Conservation District by
County Board Resolution 2021-99. Whereas West Polk SWCD has accepted delegation of the Wetland Conservation Act program and local water management program from Polk County and implements the programs accordingly. Whereas the NRGB grant agreement, section 2.4 between the Board of Water and Soil Resources and Polk County stipulates that the funds for implementing the WCA program must be transferred to West Polk SWCD within 120 days of receipt of NRGB funds by the county. Whereas WCA and LWM programs match funds must be transferred to West Polk SWCD within 120 days of receipt of the invoice. Therefore, it is resolved that West Polk Soil and Water Conservation District Board of Supervisors that a 1-to-1 cash match will be made. That failure to provide the base funds and match to implement the WCA and LWM programs within the time specified will effectively dissolve the delegation agreement between the parties and return administrative responsibilities of the Wetland Conservation Act and local water management to the Polk County Board of Commissioners. Consent within Minnesota Statutes 103B.3361 to 103B.3369 and Minnesota Rules Chapter 8420. We hope this will not have to happen, but if these internal issues continue, we will implement this resolution. So, thank you for your time.
Questions?
Could you, in layman's term, explain what this resolution means and the outcome of it?
Well, if we have the internal issues that we did this year where we did not receive our funding timely in the future, as within the contracts, we will relinquish all of our duties for said programs to the county for you guys to do yourselves, since we don't have the funding we can't just keep taking money from other grants and such to keep doing this until we get our money. So, we hope that it does not come to this, but if it does, this is what'll happen. So, that's what we will do.
As one who sits on some of these committees, so forth and so on, and I'm not making excuses, but I believe there's been some personnel changeover on the county side and maybe a little bit of education should have happened. And I don't want to see this happen either, because soil water does do certain things very well. But unfortunately, I think where the county is coming from and where your group is coming from is the complexity of the programs, which are 2 and 3 years, either looking forward or back budgetarily. And the county is very regimented in current year budget cycles. And somehow that communication has to get better understood. And I'm seeing it even at Middle River Snake, different organizations. So those who work in that environment understand it.
Yeah.
Those who don't necessarily work on a monthly or weekly basis don't understand it. So we all gotta speak yin and not yang here. And visiting with Sam, I think it was just a glitch in the whole process here, and hopefully, and we can look forward to working together and going forward.
That's what we hope for.
Properly. So.
And we passed this, but we just wanted it brought to everybody's attention and everything, so it's not just all of a sudden appears. Won't take any more time. Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful day. I better
Thank you.
get going.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanders.
Good morning. Let's see. That goes to Mr. Holy. Think. Which township is that?
Well, it's,
Fanny?
no, this is 126.
Yeah, which township up at the top left corner?
126 is on the border.
Fanny, yep.
Fanny and
Fanny is you, Fanny, big, so they all go to Mr. Strandell.
Here you are, young man.
All right.
Okay, so, we had 5 ditch maintenance requests come in since the last board meeting. One we will discuss after we get on with these 4, because it's a different process, different board. But, we had the county ditch petition to come in to survey and clean County Ditch 110 in sections 11 and 12 of Tinza Township. Ditch petition to survey and clean County Ditch 126 in section 4 of Fanny Township. We just finished cleaning section 5. They saw how good of a job we did, so now they want section 4 done. Ditch petition to survey and clean County Ditch 30 in sections 20 and 21. And petition to survey and clean County Ditch 123 in sections 13 and 14 of Bigland. So I need motion and to approve all 4 at once instead of doing each one separately.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second? I will second that. Any questions regarding these 4?
Yes.
Question. I understand the process of the petition and going out and surveying and clean as necessary, so forth and so on. All these have positive dollars in their accounts.
Don't have a clue.
Second part of that question is if they don't, assessments then get applied back to the properties.
So if they're not at their ideal balance already, then they're constantly in the assessment process. Once they reach their ideal balance, then they no longer get assessed. And then when we spend the money down to whatever we spend it to do the work that you approve, then the assessments kick back in again until they get back up to their ideal balance. And if they're in the negative already, then it just goes further into the negative, and the state auditors don't like us even more. So, correct. But that's the world I live with piecemeal county ditch cleaning process. And I don't think we don't want to clean ditches when the landowners that need it cleaned petition it to get cleaned. So if we're gonna, I mean, yes, it would be nice to have a county ditch budget that, let's say, was $500,000 cleaning 15 ditches a year, and we spent that money down to 0, and then they started going back up to their ideal balance. But that's not how we do things. So, and until the 5 of you or whomever decides to change, this is all I got.
Yeah, you and I've spoken about this issue before, and we'll get into it during budget discussion. But
okay.
Hearing from constituents on this ditch stuff, and I realize the situation you're in, costs to do surveying and cleaning have gone through the roof, and unfortunately there hasn't been an adjustment in the contribution on the taxes to the ditch system for cleaning. The costs are basically getting escalating faster than the account is building.
Well, you can only build the account up to 20% of the benefits,
yeah,
or it was like $250 a mile of ditch.
Yep.
So 20% of benefits that are at 40 cents or 50 cents every 40 because it was dug in 1905 doesn't give you a whole lot of money to work with. That's why you redetermine benefits on these ditches so that we get them up to $24 so that we can do more work
And
and collect money faster.
that's part of the discussion we visited about, but enough for now, and we'll talk about that during budget. So,
okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries.
So the fifth ditch, Joan already knows about it, but we were at a Red Lake County, Polk County, and Paul joint ditch meeting in Red Lake Falls. We have a petition that came in for joint ditch 60, which is between Polk and Red Lake. And so we need to schedule a joint ditch board meeting, which, because it's in our county majority, you get three of you, which is Mark, Mr. Holy, Mrs. Lee, and Mr. Reese. And so I think we were looking at October 15th.
Correct. 11 o'clock.
Yeah, so that's your board meeting on the 15th of October. If we could schedule like a half hour at 11 o'clock to have a joint ditch board meeting at the same time, that would be great.
Looks like a thumbs up.
Okay. Otherwise, I'm done until
On the agenda.
okay.
Clarification, that's the same Tuesday as the board meeting, correct?
Right. So it'll be during your normal board meeting. We'll just close it at 11 o'clock, have the joint ditch meeting for 15, 20 minutes, however long it takes to do two items. The two items is going to be the cleaning requests that came in from Mr. Bratwold and landowners along the stretch from 13 and west and north up to 1 mile in Parnell. And then the second item is the feasibility study. RFPs came back. The dollar amounts look really good. So the joint board has to act on that and hire a consultant to do the feasibility study. So any other questions?
It's a Crookston Township then, is
Crookston, yeah, it'd be
So
Crookston
Dan is-
Township and 1 mile of Parnell. Yep.
Okay.
I like this.
Oh, that's for Ron. You don't have to wear your glasses.
Anyway, anything else for me?
I think not.
Okay, thank you.
See you later.
Don't go too far. You've got your budget pretty soon.
11:40 or 11:30.
I won't be talking that long.
Yeah.
Stick around. Okay.
Go sit in the corner.
What's that? Let's see.
I have time to go to the bathroom.
Oh, of course. You want me to not talk?
No, you can talk.
Well, we're gonna be kicking off here the rest of today and going into tomorrow, reviewing department budgets. Let me tell you where we're at right now. We might be a little behind where we had normally would, but I would attribute that to contract negotiations. We have 8 groups that we're negotiating with. We have tentative agreements with the 3 49er groups as of last week. We've got LELS groups this Friday, AFSCME next Monday, and I think Teamsters the week after that. The tentative agreement that affects the budget the most with the 49er groups, COLA of 3.5%, and benefit contributions of $250 a month. We'll see what those groups they have to vote.
And that's $100 more per month
And what's budgeted?
Than what we budgeted.
what we budgeted. So $1,200.
So, as I said when we reviewed this a number of weeks ago. We needed a placeholder just for staff to start filling in what for most of them is the largest line account of their budgets, which is wages and the benefits. I haven't told staff to make any changes yet. I think we have to get a little bit further with the other groups to see where we're going to come out. But the change right now would just be on the benefit contribution side. I will say the benefit contribution is a little bit higher because of the increase in the health insurance. When you look at the three plans, the ability to contribute to a VBA or an HSA with the higher deductible plans is kind of what's in order there. So I probably won't say too much about it since we've still got 5 groups out there, but I think we should be looking at expecting a little higher than what we've planned. But like I say, and like I said, we did placeholders in the budget. The other thing with the wages is it was just an aggregate increase, meaning whatever your number was for total wages for 2024, just add 3.5%. Normally we go through in each department, we run a calculation of actual wages due to step increases, whether there's new positions. Oftentimes we do have a number of staff changes that happen between June, July when the initial numbers are put in, and November when we often have newer employees. So some of that will have to get refined, and that's pretty much normal. At some point, I just directed it right. This is a number you put in, and then we adjust if contract negotiations go beyond the budget timeline. We just have to deal with it retroactively. So far, I'm not seeing a whole lot of large initiatives in the budget in terms of capital or personnel changes. You heard social services earlier this morning in the social services board. I think they have done a pretty good job. They're reorganize a little bit how they go about the budget, and I thought it was a little more clear as to what goes on in what is a very complicated department. So I think what you'll hear a lot today is what's going to be happening in each department, what the department head expects, and then your interaction and questions that you have. Ron has put together a summary for me, but I know it's already changed, so I don't have a new summary, but as usual, the initial levy increases isn't even reasonable, so I'm not even putting it on the table here today, but what we'll do by next Tuesday is determine what the preliminary levy should be. The hearing for the budget will be December 3rd, so whatever percentage increase the board decides on will be what gets sent out in the budget public hearing notices that go out from Sam's department. Usually we end up having more interest in valuation changes than we do budget, but obviously the preliminary levy is what catches people's attention.
And that's what gets sent out to in the statement.
Right. Along with the school districts, so the cities, the townships, everybody that's required to have a preliminary levy. So, it's not always the county's levy that is making the impact that people might be concerned about. But I'll probably be recommending something maybe a little higher than what you've done in the past, but we can go over that later. Simply because we've got the contract sitting out there. I don't know exactly where we're going to end up, but clearly the objective usually is to get in that 3% increase. And we've got some things to keep in mind. We still have a couple more years of levies for the jail bonds, but then those are going to go off. And that kind of factored into some of the discussion we had in negotiations as far as looking out
Going forward.
year 3 and kind of what we did there collectively. So later, or maybe tomorrow, we'll get into where the cash balances are in the various funds, because I use a lot of uh, fund balance monies to help buy down that levy. I kind of explained a little bit earlier the use of fund balance for 2024 in social services and why their levy increase actually looks pretty reasonable compared to that number um, from 2024. So, yeah, as usual, we may have some staffing changes that are coming, so we try to anticipate that. I'll talk a little bit more about that when I get into my own budgets. I'll be picking up, if you don't mind, Kurt's budget. That's usually very crisp, very easy. That'll be right after lunch. I got to run an errand over the lunch hour, but when we come back, that won't take 3 minutes. So,
Good.
did I cover everything? I think I did. The audit for 2023 is being worked on right now. I had Colleen Hoffman in my office yesterday. We discussed status of that. She was very aggressive, had an objective of September 30th. I'm not quite sure that's going to make it. That'd be 6 months ahead of what we're used to. So if we give her another couple meetings or so, I think we'll be okay and see where that's at a future date. But I don't have any audit information for you going into the budget, but we usually don't. So, so I don't know, anything you guys want to just emphasize going into this, Warren?
Question concerning the fund balance and social service. Is that totally restricted to social service projects and budgets? Or can it be some of that used for, say, capital items on the county level?
Well, that's a yes or no. Yes and no. It's been generated for social services. I have said since I've come here, look at it as property tax dollars.
I mean, that's county money, basically social service money.
Right. One of the ways I've used it, or the board has used it, is to simply reduce their ask on the levy, which then frees up your ability to do other things in other departments. So yeah, yes, that's possible in kind of a mix and match way. Really, I'm not sure I'm seeing a need to do what you just suggested, because the capital needs in our other departments usually can be covered by the fund that they're in. The sheriff's department, for instance, been pretty much using their fund balance for squads and equipment. In facilities, one of the things I'm looking at, because we still have those 2 capital improvement bonds out there, is putting an end to using that money for capital projects. We have a very short list of things we're looking at with Rick and Josh for next year that could tap into some of those funds, but I think we may have exhausted the need to use those funds for projects. And if that's the case, I think we can kind of transition to using them just to pay off the bonds, if nothing else.
That was my thought.
Yeah.
You've got 2 bond payments left, about 1.2 million or so each. Probably pay the last 2 of those off from that fund balance. It would certainly help everything. And those are what I consider one-time expenses. They don't go on forever. Once the last 2 payments are made, don't see that again.
Well, the jail bonds are their own levy.
Yeah.
I'm referring to the two capital improvement bonds that we had.
Oh, okay.
And we did them at a time when we thought we would have more expense in a couple of the projects, particularly the coupler project in the Justice Center. A little change of pace for that one, and it's more of replacement as needed, but instead of 6 digits, that's down to 5 and generally less than $20,000 a year. Talked with Rick and Josh yesterday about let's just convert that into an operating cost and put it into your budget, not even use the bond funds that are left. But we're still got a little ways to go on some of those kind of things, and for me, that gets to be kind of the next phase after these 2 days of meetings. Is okay. What can I do here to try to bring that levy down and where you pay for things, just like what you said. But as far as the jail bonds are concerned, yeah, we've got a payment for next year, $1 million plus, and a payment for 2026, and that's it. And then we'll be done. We will probably want some discussions internally and with Tri-County about maintenance going forward and what that agreement is with them. But you know, we're the 88% of that operation, so we just have to kind of do that homework. But and there are a couple projects over there that Rick has been discussing with me that may help in terms of operations, and we can go over that when he comes in. But I would like to see, I think I've strayed a little bit from the original intention of the 2 capital improvement bonds, which if you remember, for each of those, we had a capital improvements plan, which was a requirement for that type of bond. We even revised one of the plans to take into account a different project than what we had planned. But I think we've done the majority of what we need, and I don't want to spend a lot of time looking for things to do. We just review what we have out there that has to be done, see if it's appropriate, see if it's warranted, or just dealt with later down the line as we would a year when we don't have those bond funds. So those guys they look at things pretty close, and I've been pretty pleased with their ability to come up with more cost-effective options. I don't see us doing another capital improvement bond while I'm here. It's just, I think we've pretty much done everything we need.
Well, my thought is that it doesn't make much sense to have a $7.8 million fund balance, and we should be able to spend it on what I call one-time expenses, capital projects, which take them out of consideration for all future budgets.
Right.
And it doesn't, if we just use it to reduce the levy, then you got that problem the next year, right?
Well, I was trying to point out earlier that even though we used $900,000 of that fund balance to reduce their levy request for 2024, we now have a fund balance that's nearing $8 million. It'll go down as the year goes on because of the timing of things, but their levy increase request was $750,000. Take that into account on top of under levying almost $900,000 or just over $900,000, and that the timing of their expenditures and their revenues don't necessarily jive together, but you could see historically by looking at their cash balances how it kind of goes through the year.
A lot of this fund balance has been generated by not being able to fill positions.
Yeah.
And you're budgeting for them whether they're filled or not.
We kind of have to. But you're right. I think that's a lot to do with it. But I think too some of the revenues that Sherry and Karen showed you that were one-time revenues, that kind of inflated the 2024 budget, even though it's money in, money out, now it's not there. You don't need it because it has done what it was supposed to do, and there's no residual expenses associated with it, except in just the general management of community needs.
Mhm.
With you saying that, then why are expenses up?
Well, wages are good. She showed you it's almost $700,000.
Deducting those wage numbers, which I'm sitting here calculating, and I didn't express that.
Mhm.
The expenses are up considerably more than, was my point earlier.
Right.
With the revenues going down and those one-time programs, we were told a certain process, and I understand all that, then people and positions should be going back into doing what the normal operation would be, or does that position need to be there?
Actually, does it need to be there, period?
Yeah.
Well, we didn't hire people to do those programs.
No,
We just
but-
received money to have others do those programs. Like the big number was with Illuma. So, all right, we get it. We push it out. And I can't get into the details because I don't understand the details, but you've been here, you saw these things and approved these things. Are we going to accept the money coming from the state or the federal government in response to mental health and pandemic issues? We have the same thing happen in other departments. You know, we've gotten $600,000 of public safety aid. Haven't brought that into the equation for anything yet, and it's been there for almost a year. We have to figure out what we want to do with it, but it's there. So we don't hire more people. We can't hire enough people to fill the positions that we've got, but they want us to use the money for public safety. Do we use it on top of what we're doing? There's no requirement. Do we use it to augment what we're doing, or some mixture of both? But if it was gone, it doesn't change our workload. Doesn't change the number of employees. And I think some of that is what you saw in social services. But if everything went to budget for 2024, the point is they've asked for a $748,000 levy increase. You would put that on top of the $918,000 that we took from fund balance. It'd be $1.8 million increase or $1.6 million increase. That's not the case. So that revenue came in, got directed to program needs that may not have been just Polk County's cost to do. We just push it out.
As far as that public safety money, I'm wondering if some consideration shouldn't be given to a program for revenue or tuition reimbursement for new officers.
Well, we've had those discussions for almost a year, and mostly in the public safety committee, some in the personnel committee, some in an office between me and the sheriff or me and the county attorney. Still an option. Now we're in the negotiations. So we've always had a tuition reimbursement policy. We generally agree to it, and then it's right in the personnel rules. Funds are there. What to do differently for retention and recruitment has been part of the question, and it's kind of unclear. We still can't fill all our law enforcement positions. We can't fill all our county attorney positions, although we do have a new attorney starting next week. And as you saw in the email from the sheriff, we may be losing another officer. I don't disagree.
I can only imagine that are any new deputies. Well, will come from the most recent graduates. I can't see us recruiting people from other counties or whatever. It's just probably not.
Might be a discussion with Sheriff Tabman when he's in here.
He's here at 3 o'clock, so.
Yeah, but you know, for Gary and Joan, been on the personnel committee
Yeah.
doing the negotiations, and we of course have more negotiations on Friday. We have kind of discussed some of the issues,
Mm-hmm.
but I think I've told this board before that there was a window there last spring to winter to try to be something a little more definitive before we get into contracts. Because once you get into contract negotiations, you don't really want to be doing that here. You need to be doing that, you know, in your meetings with the unions.
Okay, well, those are some of my thoughts.
Noted.
Okay.
Well, and we're certainly aware of them.
Yeah.
We've had those discussions many times. Ron can come in and fire up IFS, and Rich can sit here and
Sure.
start going through the highway budget before lunch, take a break, and then we'll move this afternoon.
Sounds good.
Time for a reload. You ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. On October 17th, what time is that meeting?
8 a.m., I believe.
And how long?
8 to 12. And I think there's lunch, right?
Correct.
If I'm not mistaken.
And where's that held at? East Grand Forks?
East Grand Forks,
Here's Joan do it.
yeah, I've got it down here. American Legion.
Ron will go over.
To see if I can get on it.
Just call up
that day.
IFS.
There you go.
Need to get them in here. Are we on break?
Thank you.
Why don't
All right, we will reconvene here with our first budget report. Go ahead.
So we're gonna start with my budget number one, which includes ditch, Maple Lake Park, Tilburg Park, noxious weeds, Agassiz Trail. Easy ones. So the first one is ditch inspection / engineering. As you know today, we clean ditches. We also help pay for the pictometry that goes on in the county every couple of years for the photos. And then we have a retainer with Rinky Noonan to help us with our ditch law stuff. And so the ditch inspection basically washes itself out. There's no local tax dollars that go into it because whoever pays into the benefited areas of our county ditches gets taxed on their benefits. And so basically it's a net zero budget. What I'm showing is doing approximately $48,000 worth of work during the year, or $48,700 worth of reimbursements from the landowners, $35,000 worth of services, which is to hire people to do trapping, beaver dam removal, ditch cleanings, and then part of that pictometry service. And so other than that, there really isn't a whole lot to the budget. Any questions?
I didn't realize the trapping and that comes out of your budget here.
Yes. So if it's an illegal ditch, it comes out of that budget. If it's a beaver dam or a beaver that's causing issues to one of our roads, then it comes out of our road maintenance budget.
Okay. Thank you.
If it's just in a normal stream and it's causing issues, then that's a watershed DNR landowner issue.
I get it.
So, any other questions on ditches? Maple Lake.
I must have skipped it. Part.
No,
Yeah, it was on the.
The fees are right here on that page, and then we're gonna.
there.
Yeah,
See the
520.
fees now at the last line of the page. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So
the wrong
that's
part.
Tilburg.
No, it's Tilburg.
Yeah. So Maple Lake, we're estimating again $130,000 worth of income with expenditures around that 52 to 53,000. That's if we don't buy any more property that affects Maple Lake Park. But if we do, then that number will change, of course. But right now, I have no plans on buying any other parcels around there. The only other one would be the Corman one that was originally set to be purchased. They declined our offer and haven't come back with anything. So
I thought that was done.
no, that was a Rydell one. Rydell did, and Supers did.
Supers, yeah.
Supers were at the campground. Rydell was at East Shore.
Right.
Corman's, we still don't have fee title to the right of way on
Where's
Corman's.
Corman's at?
North of the boat landing, south of the housing development.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Okay.
yep. Okay.
Past
So
the church.
that's yeah. So that's the only parcel left. Anyway. So we just have a normal budget. One of our largest items is the 20,000 in electricity, and then our salaries that we pay for our campground hosts to be out there for at least 5 days out of the week or thereabouts. Takes a couple days off during the middle of the week that there isn't a whole lot of camping action out there. So he's basically out there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
That's the professional services line.
Nope, that's the gross pay Social Security up top.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So otherwise, it's just normal campground duties as required to keep our campground going. So any questions on Maple Lake? Okay. Tilburg Park starts at the bottom of that page and works its way to the next page. We receive about 35,000, or we budget 35,000 in budgetary or income. As you can see from the previous year, it was a little bit higher than that. That actually came in, so that's a good thing. And we budgeted. Why is it 32,000 in expenses? Is there a lot? There is not.
Aren't you gonna do some updating on electrical services or something, or not?
Not at Tilburg, no. So 12, 13. It doesn't seem like it adds up to 32.
In the budget, but in the actual, we don't have all the wages in. Is that what you're catching you there? Or do you mean this doesn't add 32,600?
There's 30, that's 10, that's 13, that's 23, 28. Oh, maybe it does. So it's pretty close. So we're looking at about a $2,400 surplus at Tilburg based on the numbers that are in there. And I'm trying to figure out. Yeah. Might have a number wrong in that. Repairs, maintenance, and operation shouldn't be 7,300, although it could be. I'll have to look at that again. But so a net increase or a net revenue at 2,400 at Tilburg. Any questions on that one?
I spin back to the ditch one quick.
Sure.
How many miles of county ditches do we have?
Somewhere, well, right around 900 total.
And you're proposing, what was it, the
48,500 in services. That's just a guess.
Yep.
It all, like anything else, if it's wet and rainy and water's backing up, we get more ditch requests than if it's dry. And so depending on the season, depending on whatever, if we get a 40-mile-an-hour northwest wind in April and it starts blowing material around, then ditch requests come in higher. So it's just a placeholder for the ditch system.
I understand the process. I would like to see the last 7 years of expenditures in that ditch account.
Okay.
So just for reference, send it to me via email. Thank you.
Just copy the whole board on that.
Can I?
5 or 7, whatever's readily available.
Yeah. Either one, but no, this ditch 140, Department 140, that was like Jody Beauchene and his stuff associated with his things. The actual expenditures that you'll see out of there are not, helicopters or spraying or excavators and stuff. That's all going on in Fund 40 when we know which ditch it is. If it's ditch 601, that's over there in Fund 40. And I have before, I can send you that as well. However many years you want to see of money going out of the individual ditches, ditch 9, ditch 1.
Just administrative.
This is right. What's in there is going to be like, and now all that's in there is that attorney fee and then the membership fee and some other stuff like that. So you're not going to see the ditch cleaning and repair in there per se. Okay, I just want to make sure there was no misunderstanding that we were looking for that kind of stuff. We got to go to Fund 40.
Yep, and you mentioned Jody's salary. Was that in that ditch account, or
absolutely his pay and benefits and his travel and his phone and stuff like that? This should be a much higher number.
That's the numbers I want to see.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Okay. Anything else on Tilburg? Noxious weed. And so, like I stated, when we added this account 2 years ago, we help the Minnesota Department of Health with seed inspection. And so basically this is to have one of my technicians go along with Minnesota Department of Health do seed inspections, and then also attend the annual conference. Last year it was here, so it was a lot cheaper. This year it was in Grand Rapids. Don't know where it's going to be next year, but I put a little bit of travel and mileage in there for them and to go to the annual conference. So
Who's in that department?
the noxious weed one.
Yeah.
So Cameron Harriman does the seed inspection.
Sure.
And then we hire a part-timer, Eric Biermeyer, to run the spray truck.
Yep.
And so between those two, they take care of all of our noxious weed and seed inspection. And so when possible, like last year, Eric was able to attend the conference here because it was here.
Mhm.
This year, he wasn't able to go to Grand Rapids, but Cameron did. So any questions on noxious weeds? The last one is our Agassiz Recreational Trail, and so it's just a grant and aid. I budget 19,000 every year just to put a placeholder in there. Like I've stated in the past, some things we get reimbursed at 65%, other things we get reimbursed at 90%. And so if we do work, which we do, we mow it twice a year. We spray noxious weeds when we need to. It is an ATV trail, so you may get calls. Why is it so rough? Whatever.
Why is there gaps between the bridge and the road?
Whatever, and so I have always asked the DNR what is the quality of the trail that I need to keep it to in order to, and they always tell me just good enough for people to use it. And so it's one of those things. Some people think it should be like a lawn, like
Paved
paved,
highway. Yeah.
like a paved highway, and the grass mowed like the golf course. And other people like to see it rough because they're going to go on a 25-mile jaunt and they want to be able to use it like an ATV challenge or whatever. And so you have a mixture and blend. We have bridges along there that we are maintaining, we are inspecting. So we know that the bridges meet the standards for vehicles or ATVs to cross, so we don't have that safety issue. Beyond that, we try to keep it like an ATV trail in my
That was
mind.
the only complaints they had is the ones I sent you,
Yep.
is the gap between the dirt and the bridge.
Yeah.
And they thought, well, for a smaller wheeler, are they gonna fall in them cracks? Well, come on, people.
So we add gravel. We've dug away from the bridges, added some fabric, redone.
Yeah.
So now there shouldn't be that much separation, but
There's gonna be a little separation, understand.
But
I
anyway.
explained that to him as well, so, okay, you're good.
So it's an ATV trail.
You need
But
some
we
mud
got
holes,
money.
though.
Yeah. So I budget income, I budget expenses. The expenses are always greater than the income because we don't get a full 100% return on what we. So.
You need mud holes.
Well, mud holes, culverts, all this fun stuff for people to climb over. We got room for it. We just have never made a ATV park yet. So, any
Believe me, it'll
questions
get
on?
used like crazy, and if we could pay a fee to get in it, they'll use it.
Yeah,
All
well,
you gotta do is find a place for it.
yeah,
Yeah, because there's like through Norman and Clay, I mean, it's just strictly a trail. I
Right.
mean, there's nothing.
Big
Yep.
money.
Is it?
Oh,
I
have
mean,
you
we
been to
haven't had
Water?
we haven't had a meeting for this.
no, I
one
haven't.
Oh my
yet.
goodness. That's big money.
Yeah. So,
Huge.
so any questions on ATV trail or any of the general fund 1 budget?
Oh, that's a good thing.
Okay. Budget number 3, highways.
Okay, please.
So our first account, as far as the highway budget, is the administrative account, which covers myself, my accountant, and the clerk typist. So that's where the salaries come from. So salaries are based on projected 2025 salaries and the cafeteria plan and the PRA as requested by the administrator. And so I've just entered that in, and then we get into the general part of budgeting for the county. So our telephone and stuff like that, none of that's really changed. Actually, our data processing, because GIS is no longer with us, we've dropped that a little bit from 25,000 down to 15,000. We've increased our professional services by about 5 because we're having more work done out of the house because of the types of plans we're doing. Travel expenses and such are all the same. The one thing you will not notice, changed office furniture down by 10 grand to 15. Sales and use tax at about 10, and our auditing professional services at 10. So that's the administrative side of the highway department. Any questions on that? Then we get to our income. So we're going to be using 1.7 million in local option sales tax. We receive approximately 110,000 in gravel tax. Our license and permit fees are right around that 50 grand. And then we get into our, we won't have a federal aid project, so we won't be receiving any federal funds for construction. We'll receive about 3.5 million for regular state aid and maintenance. We're planning on 6.4 million in regular state aid construction. 340,000 we'll receive for our municipal county state aid highway roads in the small cities to maintain those. We are not planning any municipal construction at this point. Not to say we can't, but we don't have a project set up for 2025. We're going to receive about 1.7 million in town road account. And so it comes into our office or into the county, gets distributed to all the townships. So you see the 1.7 million at the top and the 1.7 million at the bottom for remittance of revenue is the same dollar amount. We're going to receive about 80,000 in service fees, 1 million in refunds and reimbursements, either from other county departments or other counties or townships. And then we sell about 225,000 in scrap and other stuff a year. Thereabouts is what I'm budgeting for revenue from that. So any questions on our revenue?
You plugged in the levy, which
Yep, and that doesn't show up on IFS. It'll show up at the bottom when we get to the bottom of the budget. On my sheets, I plug it in. On this sheet, it doesn't show up because it'll show up at the bottom as the net. So,
Yeah, it's in IFS. I intentionally just excluded it for the
Yeah.
presentation. Okay, yeah.
yeah, we generally, that's been our practice, is to exclude it.
yeah.
I just noticed it on the Excel spreadsheet.
Any questions on revenue? Then we go to maintenance department, salaries, overtime pay, cafeteria, PRA, Social Security is all based on 2025 projected salaries. Our publishing and et cetera is about the same. Our professional services is the same And then our lease agreements will be going up slightly because we'll be taking pickups off of our inventory and leasing more pickups from Enterprise. And then you also have the lease of the motor grader and the lease of the tractor in there. So there's slight increases in the lease part of the budget, but less in other parts. Then you have our highway contracts to do our base one, our crack sealing, our painting, all that stuff as far as highways goes. Stays the same at the 750,000. And then our repair and maintenance and operations, which is our salt and all the other types of materials that we buy to maintain our highway system. And then our equipment stays the same at that $900,000 mark. So that's our budgeted equipment. Any questions on maintenance?
You didn't like that original 90,000?
No. That would have been tough to buy 2 tandem trucks and all its equipment for 90 grand. So
You plan on overtime pay, basically 10%.
10, yep. Some years it's less than that. Some years it's more than that.
On the weather.
Yep.
Gotcha.
It's based on, so maintenance, yes, is based on weather, snowfall during the winter, rain during October, as far as mud is concerned, springtime flooding. That will all affect maintenance's salary. If you could have it snow Tuesday through Thursday instead of Friday through Sunday, then our overtime pay would get less as well. But I don't think any of us have control over that, so we're stuck where we're at.
No, and people do have expectations of having work done over the weekend.
Yep.
I know a guy, but you gotta really be close to him in order to control that.
Yeah, exactly.
Work on that.
Yeah. At least in the fertile area.
We're all responsible for our own areas.
Yep. Any questions on maintenance?
No, we'll see when snow comes, whether or not we have a discussion.
No. Construction, same thing for salaries, based on the 2025 projected, overtime again at 10%, because we work when the contractor works on certain projects and we have to be out there. And so we do
this
pay.
is when there's a construction project being done.
Correct. They don't work overtime during the winter. They work 40 hours, but once May through
I get it.
or the beginning of October is going on, if we have an overlay, if we have a bridge project, whatever, they are out there inspecting to make sure it's done as per standards when the contractor's
So it goes
working.
in a different department then.
Yes.
I get it.
Yep.
All right.
Everything else remains about the same until you get down to the professional services. And so this is 2025 funds, looking forward to 2026 or 2027. So that's my placeholder to hire an architect to do the plans for the new highway shop out at Crookston and Angus. And then as you move down, we have...
Is that 2 different shops?
Yes, it's 2 different shops.
Okay.
The Crookston shop is going to be the large one. The Angus shop, which right now is a 2-door facility, is too short for the equipment that we buy and too small. And so there's issues with it. So if we're going to do one, we might as well do them both at the same time and be done with them.
Okay.
Maybe just for information for others, and I learned this too, that you have a shop in Foston, Fertile, and East Grand Forks.
Correct. Yes. So Angus is the last one to have anything done on it. Foston was added on to 15 years ago, Fertile was totally redone because we moved from the south end of town to the north end of town and the city gave us their parcel on the north end to build the shop for the old shop along Casal 1. And then East Grand Forks has been remade up within the last 15 years as well. So Angus is the last one that needs anything done, and it needs to basically be bulldozed and redone. Hopefully at the same location, or probably at the same location. If I had my druthers, I'd like to see it south and west of there a little ways, more centrally located within the district. But Angus is where it currently presides.
As far as architect, probably looking at a different person that did the juvenile center.
Yeah.
Well, you would do an RFP and then decide based on the dollar amounts that came in, what you would, who you'd pick. Yeah.
But you're right.
Yeah, there's some will cross off the list.
Yeah,
Sort of moved on already.
yeah, exactly.
Moved on.
You have the 8.1 million in highway construction projects that we have budgeted through the 5-year plan. And then as part of that, you have your county road construction plan of either 222 or 267. That would cost an extra 2.6 million to do either or. And then beyond that, the 1.1 million, our state aid bond has been paid off, so we no longer have our state aid bond, and so we won't be paying into that, the 1.1 million. And so back under maintenance, there was the interest payment on the bond as well was removed, that 110,000. So we no longer have a highway bond to pay off for our county stated highways.
Are you looking to do a new one?
Well, like I
5-year plan.
like I said last year, I didn't know what your guys' plans were as far as building the new highway shop. If you have to bond for that, do you really want a state aid bond sitting there? And I don't know if it would affect it, but maybe that's a question your administrator can ask PFA or whoever normally does our bonds to determine
I think
how it would affect.
Yeah, I can
But-
actually do it and use those types of funds.
Yeah.
But
And so I just didn't, right now I don't have plans to do a construction bond unless otherwise told, so.
we will probably have some discussions on that. I think when we've talked about this, maybe it was just with the finance committee when you were going through this with Rich a month and a half ago, that and as you go to an AMC District 3 meeting, talk to the other county commissioners about what they did. Norman's just done one, Roso's done one, who they used, what do they like, what don't they like, what do they need, what don't you need. Get some ideas so we've got some stuff to go on when we start talking to an architect.
Yeah.
Now, these things can be as fancy as you want them. They can be as minimal as you want them, but right sizing them for the department and making their operations more efficient is what will be most cost effective.
Heated would be good, right?
Heated and air conditioning, correct?
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, but the fact is there's certain things that I'd like to see, which is right now in vehicle storage, there's not enough room to put all the vehicles where they belong. And a lot of them have to back out of their stalls in order to go out a door. Well, backing is the most unsafe thing you can do in a vehicle, mostly a tandem or a motor grader and a pickup. And so it'd be nice to be able to have the width and length in order to have them just pull in, pull out type thing. So that's what
garage doors. Then.
Yeah. So that's what I'd be looking for as one thing. But of course that's money dependent.
Yeah.
Right now we have a hand spray type washing system for all our vehicles. There's the possibility that you could have an automated one where you swipe your county vehicle fob and you swipe your county ID card, and then the door opens up. You pull in like down at M&H or wherever, and it knows which vehicle it is and it sprays it off. And then any hand cleaning you have to do, you can do shortly thereafter. Another thing I would like to look at, and then just the fact that right now the office roof line is lower than the shop line. We need to make sure that everything is uniform so we don't end up with the snow issues that we have during the winter. So making the building a little bit longer, making it a little bit wider, a little bit higher than what it currently is will allow more drainage away from the facility so we don't end up with snow and ice issues. Give us the ability maybe to move maintenance office from back to more generally centrally located. So all this stuff I have running through my head, but until we get an architect and start figuring out what costs are, we
You have
really won't
space
know.
for a drive-through like that?
Yeah. Yep. So.
Assuming the same site.
Right. Yeah. So you look at construction. Right now there's a fire wall between the office and the shop. So you just rip the office off at that location, leave the shop up, start your new construction on the office part of it. The techs and us move back up into the maintenance coffee room like we did before. We work up there. They do their construction. When that's all said and done, then we tear down the shop part and the vehicle storage part and build that, and hopefully get that done during the summer so they don't have to be sitting out in the snow. So.
I mean, they're not in our district. I mean, they're totally opposite part of the state, but Cottonwood is building a new.
Isani built a new one as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So you have county commissioners you can talk to. You can find out what, like Mr. Whiting said, how they paid for it, what their process was.
I think Warren and I are on the building committee, right? So. All right.
So that's where that's at.
Gotcha.
Equipment maintenance and shops basically stays the same. There isn't a whole lot of change in that one at all. No. So when all is said and done, then you have your grounds, that 150,000 for snow removal and mowing and anything else that has to happen on the facilities within Crookston and the East Grand Forks Social Service Building. And so we have a placeholder to pay for that separately. And so my total budget, 22,287,144 with a property tax hit of 7,177,144. So almost a little bit over double. But you know why it's over double. So any questions?
Want to break for lunch?
I know I do. I got guys waiting for me. So
I'm ready.
if you have nothing for me,
That's fine. And then we will convene back at 1:20. All right.
thank you.
So back at it.
Tim, are we on? Okay. Well, I'm filling in for Kurt. Probably have the easiest job of anybody here today because Kurt's budget really never changes.
Oh,
No.
He gets that Veterans Operational Improvement Grant. He gets $10,000 every year to go out and do public relations stuff, informational stuff, making sure veterans are aware that they can get service from his office here in the county. On the operations side of it, it's Kurt and Kelly Lowen, right behind the door there. And they just adjusted the pay. I think maybe it looks like his dues went up $100, but everything else is the same. It is really a no fuss, no muss department. And what we like is making sure that veterans are getting their attention and service from the two of them. And there's really not much else to add. It's very much service oriented for the particular needs of each veteran that we have in our county. I can try to answer anything if you'd like, but it's basically the same budget you approved for 2024.
He is the best veteran service officer in the country.
Well, I think we've got a real good one.
Yeah.
There's people from out of state that are originally from here that come to him for help because he does that good a job. Because he can't get the help in their states.
And Bruce
Yes,
Reichert likes
so-
him too.
Well, that's
If you
good.
know Bruce.
I don't, but
Yeah, I ran into him yesterday. So he didn't mention veterans, but
so
I've
usually
heard that though.
Yeah.
From people here that he
Yeah.
does a very nice job. He's on KROX, but I guess this is in his evaluation, but doing a good job with the budget.
Yes,
Well,
very good.
I always like to make it
Also.
clear too. He's also the Red Lake County Veterans Services Officer, but these don't mix, and actually you can't combine them. So that's his other job, and he does that.
But he's 40-hour a week with Polk.
It's 40 hours a week with us, but with them that he doesn't have to have office hours. In fact, I'm not even sure he ends up having to go into their courthouse very much.
Does he live in? Where he
lives over there, yeah, Red Lake
lives
Falls.
in Red Lake Falls.
Outside
Okay.
Red Lake Falls, I think. So,
Yeah, he's from there.
so if I can answer any questions, but I'll second your comments about him being very good. Very
Well,
pleased with
we
him.
have a good team there now.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
Some coverage in East Grand Forks too.
We have an office over there.
Mhm.
He spends time there, but Macintosh. But he'll go to the veteran when needed.
Yeah.
So he speaks at Memorial Day and Veterans Day services and things like that. So
Yep. And he's been very active in the state organization too.
he told me where he was today. I think it's a conference, but I'm not positive that he couldn't be here. I said, well, I can probably handle it.
Okay.
John's in the middle of something. So
Okay.
he'll know as soon as he can.
Well, let's see what other budgets we've got that we might be able to jump ahead. Do mine. Want to go to mine, Ron? I have to remember everything. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna just go off of that. Yes, I don't. Maybe I'll find my Excel spreadsheets. Board of Commissioners. That's the 5 of you. Increase the per diems by the 3.5%. Did I say that right? Per diem, or is it salary? The $20,000, I believe that's per diems.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
drawing a
from
blank.
those committees and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you go to a meeting, you get your $75. We contribute to the cafeteria plan for your insurance. I think Joan is on the county's plan, so she gets that. For those of you who are on Medicare, you get 2/3 of the number that the employees get for the, I think it's $1,000 a month based on $1,500. So if we end up increasing that, that'll go up proportionately. PRA and Social Security is just percentage driven, so that is reflected from your wages. Publishing and advertising, we're trending high there. I'm not quite sure why, but I didn't change the budget. And frankly, I think the numbers I was looking at was probably end of June when I put this together. I left membership the same. We got notice yesterday from AMC that our dues are going up.
Yep.
I think that's well worth the money, to be honest. It's going to be used mostly for
$1,000 more?
2,000, yep.
uh,
Just add 2,000 to our 24 dues.
yeah, it's
So
Is that 2,000 per county or some population base?
no, so we decided to do 10% of what you paid for 2024 dues or $2,000, whichever was greater. Like, some counties, that 10% is over 2,000, so they pay the 10%. We're just under the 2,000 because we're like 19 something, I think, last year. So
we'll be at 20,300. So I'll be doing a little tweaking on some of these.
mhm. Yeah, and we know MRC will be the same.
Yeah, frankly, I'd have to go look up what we pay them. Increase your travel expenses a little bit. I will assume that we'll see some sort of a mileage increase come December. Otherwise, it stays pretty much the same. That 135,000 from this year's budget was for our contribution towards the administrative costs of the formation of the West Central Regional Water District. So that's a one-time thing. So we don't have that to worry about for next year, although I think I used a fund balance to take care of that, or PA money, I can't remember which. See anything there you want to comment on? Your budget.
I don't need a raise.
Well, you get one by resolution. If you want to go down to court costs, this is a little bit of a haphazard budget because they don't have any control over it and it's got to sit someplace. We basically end up paying what we are told to pay. So I try to guess on, just based on year-to-date past numbers, what to put in there. Sometimes I cheat on it a little bit, just try to get the levy down since it's on the levy, but this time I did jack up the court-appointed attorney fees by $25,000 since we are clearly trending high on that. 75 may not even be enough by the end of the year. Had to look into this once or twice when some things don't make some sense, and the court's been responsive for us, so we appreciate that. But it mostly has to do with uh, who they're assigning cases to for public defense or whatever. Down in county administrator, where are we here now? Okay,
Two lines on the bottom of the screen. looks like.
okay, I added in, as I did a couple years ago, there's been some rumors with Ron about perhaps retiring at some point. I don't want to speak for him, but so I did put in for a new position there, like we did before. I'm gonna consider something else. I think I'll give you one of these two. Let's see, Warren and Paul and Mark. I think I found Gary and Joan at the conference. I got this right before I left for contracted services. I'd like to have somebody come in and work with Ron if he's going to go before he goes, kind of pick up on how we do some things internally. This is for my benefit because I'll be the one left here. And start working on, transitioning in finance. But also maybe do some things we haven't either been able to get to or work on some things that have been kind of sitting out there for a while that could use some attention. And I have to go back to my budget and meld that with these numbers here. So you can take a look at that. I think we should talk about it some more. I'd love to have a full annual cycle, but what we can talk some more about this. I would like to have somebody come in basically before we get too much further in this budget, and then year end, and then audit, just to go through everything that is being done, and see how Ron is doing things, and kind of be ready to transition. Everybody knows there's been some things that I've been interested in seeing done. I don't think I want to jump to the software kind of thing quickly, but certainly some of you remember how difficult it was finding somebody to do this. It's not an easy position to find, and but they do provide this service and can come in and kind of work with the people that we've got and probably help us even with some of the transitions that have been happening to date. But I got to go back and revise that number. I think I put in for an entire year for somebody and clearly wouldn't find anybody by beginning of the year. So I've got to go back and just do my own business there on county administrator. And some of this will come down to and what kind of push there is on the levy. If you can scroll down a little bit further. So some of those things like cafeteria plan, PRA, reflect that additional position in there, so some of that's going to get tweaked. Otherwise, I left things pretty much the same. I increased my dues for my organizations because they're up a little bit in this year's budget. And travel really has been, I haven't had to travel quite as much as I used to when I was on the administrators board, but figuring mileage may go up a little bit. Any questions on that? This covers my suite would be me and Ashley and Darcy Borjo, who's now in this department.
Those are included.
Yeah.
In the
Yeah. Plus, I added a position there, and as I've said in the past too, that may be, you find the right person, and maybe that person's replacing me too. So, I'll go to central services a little bit.
Yeah, is that all right if we talk about it a little bit? I just threw it in there. I know you didn't do the budget, but I thought, well, it's going to knock it off the list
Sure.
rather than tomorrow, because it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, and I just plug in numbers that look like the history to me. This stuff is paid for basically out of your office, the phone and the copiers. It's a couple of the main things that are going on there. Lease agreements is our copiers countywide, and mail, postage, and phone countywide stuff goes in and out of 63. And so I just put in, not dealing with the data exactly, I just put in numbers that seem historical correct to me. The fees, at top coming back, we get some money from welfare for those items that I mentioned that, that pertain to them, as well as some from like Tri-County. Tri-County use our postage meter and stuff like that. So that's coming back in as that roughly 28,000 is the number that I have there. And I think it's reasonable,
Yeah,
in
so it
terms of
looks fine to
what we're
me.
doing there. Maybe it's one of Colleen's themes is she'd rather have us see as less of this reimbursing ourselves and more of bill directly when you get it. So maybe in the future we'll try to trim that back down where social just pays their portion of the phone bill straight out and it doesn't have to move around again. So that's true in this department and a couple others that we may speak about tomorrow. So that was central services. Thoughts on that or questions?
That's mostly this building too, right?
Yeah, it is. Actually.
Yeah, that
There'd be similar things probably in some
Probably,
other
yeah.
locations.
And that comes out of your,
Ron actually puts this together, and I don't know, that's just kind of history, but it's grouped in with my budgets,
I
but
see.
he does that one based on what he sees trend wise and
Okay.
everything you just explained.
Okay, then appropriations is that next.
Yeah, yeah. Appropriations, this is your monies that you give to the local groups. Basically, I just put in what you've been giving them. I don't change it at all. I do try to make sure I'm putting in the best as I can understand from what I'm being given. I think I got it right for the two water and soil conservation districts. Apparently, we're still don't have that right yet. I don't know that I fully understand it, but we'll look at it again. I might need to talk to you, Ron. As best as I can tell, we've paid them what we're being billed for, what the match is. But I think the last billing, there were things going back to 2022. So we'll take that as they gave it to us. We weren't happy about it a month ago either, but I thought we were on top of it. Anyway,
Which part do you
And
want?
that falls under the appropriations. then.
well, it's those
Yeah.
those two.
Yep.
Those I included in the appropriations budget, but they're not really appropriations. We're obligated for these monies,
Mhm.
and you can tell that they change a little bit, except for the 43,120. And I think it's because as a county, we get that. I think they split that. Up until the last year or two, it always seemed that it was the same for both, but I think that again, I don't get close enough to this to always understand it, and that might be part of the problem, but their requests have varied a little bit. So it's not the same number for East and for West. But those numbers, as long as I got them right, shouldn't change. They should be left the way they are. The other ones are simply what they've gotten in the past. I can just kind of tick this off here because we do get asked for different numbers than what we have budgeted here. RSVP asked for 2,400. That's what's budgeted. The Fair Association asked for 20. I've got 10 in there. We reduced that to 10 after we contributed the ARPA money a couple years ago. The ODC asked for 7,500. That's what it's pretty much always been. Polk County Historical Society asked for 15. I got 10. We reduced it to 10 last year. We went through and have assumed some expenses in that building for operating since it's a county building. let's see, Tri-Valley, Transportation asked for an increase to 8,500. I left that at 7, but that is the transit system in the county. Veterans, Kurt doesn't really have to ask, but $800 goes to flags for veteran grave sites each year, and if he needs more, I'll find it for him. East Grand Forks Heritage Foundation did ask for 15,000. I can fish that out for you if you want. Take a look at why. Haven't got a well, at this point I don't have it in my spreadsheet from East Polk in Foston yet. I may have gotten that. Did I put a number in there?
At 5, I think.
5. They've been getting 5. Yeah. And then the Red River Basin Association, $785, which I think we left that out one year and they were in here the next meeting. So
That was the other, the
the other-
River Valley
the other
Development.
Basin one, okay. So it's basically status quo. It's a little bit less because of which one is different there? Why is it down?
Are we missing one?
It's about $8,000 less. It might be because of the one of the soil and waters changed. I'm not sure.
This one and that.
You don't.
I generally don't change it.
The
unless
ODC isn't on there. Oh, there it is.
page
Yeah, on the bottom.
Approximately our.
That should be right. Yeah. Actually, 178 is the number I got here too. So, yeah, I might have to check the soil and water ones again because they are down a little bit. You see the 17,775 for West Polk. We give them what we're supposed to give them, and I think maybe when we went to, we kind of had to recognize a few years ago that it's a match. I think we used to just give them the money, but they may be watching right now. I don't want to misspeak, but I know we had a pretty good meeting with the staff. John was there about buffers and the match, and if it's a match 1-to-1, well, if they spend it all, they get it all. If they spend less than that, they get what they spent matched. So we may have run into some accounting questions there about what we're doing, and we're going to just have to get that figured out. I'm upset about it, but we really haven't solved that yet.
Chuck, I think where we were coming with the issue was there is some state funds that are just given to them as base funds, and then there's the match.
Yep. Yeah, so you got 2 numbers in there. One's one, one's the other. So we're just gonna have to. It was certainly implied that we still haven't got that right, so I'll have to figure that out. Any questions on those ones? I got John in here now, and the time he was supposed to come in. We had a gap. Okay.
I'd like to go back to the court costs I've spoken on this before, Polk County having an overload permit system for harvest, and other counties are doing it up and down the Red River Valley and the sugar beet growing areas. One of the advantages that it does is one, makes people feel, farmers, that they're part of the system, and allows for a permit for overloading the trucks up to a certain legal amount. But what it does on the county side is allows, when there is an overload ticket, currently 100% of that money is going directly to the state.
To state.
And if we had a system in place, we could recapture upwards of 60% of that money in a ticket situation. 2 years ago, there were 13 growers that maxed out at the civil penalty in Polk County alone at $10,000 each, $130,000 of overload tickets. If we can capture back half of that, it's more money into the system. And
You want us to follow up on that?
Yes.
and it's strictly with the way the overloads and the court system functions. If they go to court and contest it and a lower fee is negotiated, then it's still subject to reimbursement to the local county. So
Okay. I'll follow up with Rich, and maybe when Jim is in here tomorrow too, we can. I don't know how that gets enforced other than through those two departments.
Yep.
But I have to grab Greg too. Okay. Anything else? Let's get Steiner up here.
Environmental Services Director.
no smoke in the budget.
What's that?
No smoke in the budget.
No smoke in the budget. Okay. We starting with Fund 1.
Thank you, I forgot. Let's just do Fund 1. 102, right? That's what it is?
I don't know.
Find it in a second.
Let me staple off here. Paper clip. Yeah, 102. Okay. Oh, good afternoon. Seems like morning still. First one up is the GIS budget. This is the budget that, or the program that used to be in the highway department and was moved out to our area. I'll just breeze through. I don't know how many I have this year. Budgets. That's quite a few. So I'll try and hit the high points with. If you have any questions, I'll try and answer them. Just going through looking for big differences between the previous year and 2025. The first one would be 5558 in the revenue section.
Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting to shut that thing. Thanks,
Okay.
Jeff.
Goes from budget of $700 to $130,000. It's a little bit of an increase. That's basically for the pictometry. You know, we order the pictometry done every couple of years. So that's the revenue coming in from all the departments that's shared amongst highway department and planning and zoning and a few others. Some of that buffer money is in that as well. Next, 16101 is basically just the function of we have a new person in there. So we had, is it 2 retirements in last year out of?
Seems like we've had a lot.
Yeah. So we end up hiring a new person who is technically an administrator, I believe, right? Is that the title of?
I can't even remember, to be honest, off the top of my head.
He's a Department 1. and it wasn't a tech. So
Well, yeah,
there was a manager, supervisor, tech
it's GIS coordinator.
coordinator. Okay. GIS coordinator. So that's the big difference there. Going down to 6265 is data processing. That actually was a combination of a couple of things. That drops to 0 because that split back up in the next 6272 and picked up again in 6402 with the new codes. 10,000 is down there under data processing, under supplies for some reason. And the services is the pictometry, and some of that is ProWest, which is a private company that was providing support to our GIS department previously. We did reduce that amount a bit, thinking that we now have someone on staff that can pick up some of that work instead of having to contract it out. That was kind of being used as a crutch from what we understood to get by while the position was being vacated. Bottom line for that fund is you're right about where you were previous year. The big difference being the the pictometry and the salaries. Are there any questions with the GIS? Our new GIS coordinator is Stephen Moe, is his name. So he's been on for a month, yeah. Right about a month, maybe a little over a month now. So
far so good.
Yep. We're 1 month in, so it's, you don't want to jinx it, but yes, I mean,
Where's his office?
He's out at the transfer station. So we had a big unfinished area out there. At one point we were talking about moving SWCD out there rather than paying rent, and that for whatever reason didn't occur. So we did some light finish in there, so it was move in, we could move him in there. So we have to get some office stuff for him in there. And he seems to be a quieter person, which is probably good right now because we need to do something with the echoes. It's concrete floor, and it really echoes in there if you're in there talking. So there's still plenty of space in there for putting others if we need to, but it's serving the purpose right now.
Is that a one-person department now?
Right now it is. I don't know if that's the intention long term or not. I think we'll probably have to see how it plays out with him. If the service level requires us to get another person, or if he can maintain it, or if he can stay on top of it with maybe some more of the ProWest support or whatever it would be. But the past one was at highway department always went from one person. There was always another person in waiting that was trained, so you didn't have a big ramp up period. They just grew into the position. This is the first time I think you've actually hired someone for that position from outside. So he does have experience somewhere in North Dakota.
He was over whatever county Devil's Lake is. Ramsey. Yeah, you interviewed him. Yeah. He was the IT guy and GIS, so he's got some capabilities for us. We're fortunate to find somebody interested in doing this that can do it.
But we've lost both of the two long-term people there over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I don't know what the time period is, but yeah. The last one, 3 months ago, I suppose? 4?
It was February.
Okay, even longer than that.
And
Spring.
That's his duty station. Then we don't have to pay him mileage or anything. That's where his home station is.
Yeah, the computer people you shouldn't have to pay a whole lot of mileage to, unless they're going out to fix something. Our IT department obviously travels when there's an issue at a specific
I'm just saying
site.
he must live in Boston then.
No, he lives
in
Crookston.
In Crookston to transfer
I
station.
don't think he lives
transfer station here.
Oh, here. Okay. I get it.
He's based on the south end of town by Crystal in our office.
Jake oversees him.
Yeah.
He's doing well.
Seems to be.
Okay.
We'll probably find out if there's issues. Yes, when you're doing computer work, there's not a
Well,
whole lot
I
of work
wouldn't-
product to check.
I wouldn't know the difference between good and bad.
We do.
When it doesn't work, it's not good. So that's
Yeah, well, no, we're doing just fine.
Okay, good.
He's not on airplane mode.
No,
any other questions on that one? Okay, then you can go to Fund 48, 123, which is zoning. Okay, the same methodology. Taxes, permits, that's just functions of balancing the budget. Sliding down under 6272 services, there's a big increase there. 90,000 of that is related to the pictometry project. So that's that money going out. I guess the semi-transition to the 6851 remittance of revenue, that drops. That's a reduction of about $15,000 because that was what we had set aside. Chuck referenced having met with Soil and Water Office, having agreement. They had come to us 2.5 years ago. Sound about right? I'll just say 2.5, 3 years ago. And they wanted more of the buffer money. In addition to what was already set aside or allocated to them. When we had met with, I think, their board a couple of times, we discussed it. If they were having cost overruns, we could do something, and we're willing to do something through a memorandum of understanding that they supplied their receipts, and we would reimburse for those costs over their allotment. It'd be a direct reimbursement. Our concern being that, if they're just saying this is how much we need, and then they're giving you matching funds, and if you're familiar with grants, lots of times the grantor will just come up with, for wages, they'll just say you can, calculate everything at $30 an hour, even if you're paying them 15. We're not running a grant program. We were just willing to help them if they had an overrun. We need to document that so we didn't get in trouble. There was a claim made on it, and it was made based on a grant format. Again, we said, no, we need to see the actual breakdown of this for the reimbursement, and they decided not to pursue that and have not submitted anything since. So we're just taking that out of the 2025 budget. If they're not going to use it, there's really no point in budgeting for it. I believe the last check, they said they didn't need it anymore. There's some sort of comment to that effect.
Yeah, we may need to talk a little bit after all of this.
Otherwise, that the big changes there are going to be in the salary and benefit section. Are there any questions on zoning at all?
We can move on.
Move on. Okay, and before I move on, the next one gets into solid waste stuff. And I will pass these around. So the first ones up, Fund 48, are going to be the Polk County only solid waste programs. So that'll be the solid waste or solid waste planning. That will be the SCORE, which is recycling program, household hazardous waste, transfer station. So those programs are all run off of either the fees collected out there. Primarily, it's run out of Crookston, or some grant money. We get some grant money from the state for recycling and other things. The other part is this, and the main part is the solid waste fee assessment. That's the line item on your tax statement. Every residence in the county outside the city of East Grand Forks has that assessment on it. every non-residential, so anything from a church to Crystal Sugar, the university, a school, a restaurant, gas station, all has an assessment that's based on the haulers' numbers that they submit. We fit it into a fee schedule, and that's what goes on the statement. The waste hauler should not be billing the resident or the businesses for disposal or the tax to the state, because the county remits that. When we ship it to the landfill, we ship it to the incinerator. Polk County is paying those bills on behalf of the resident or the business. So when we get to the other programs in Fund 64, 65, those are run based on being available to the 6 counties in our group, Polk being one of them. That's run primarily off of tip fees, revenues from the states, sales of material, steam sales. And so that one, Polk is only paying a 23% of the total O&M costs. The rest of it's split out between Hubbard, Beltrami, Clearwater, Monoma, and Norman counties. And then we get some periphery stuff that comes in from Lake Falls, White Earth Tribe, a little bit from Cass County, Pennington.
23%, you said?
That's just off the top of my head.
Yep, that's fine.
It's a minor portion. Both Beltrami is the largest customer we have of the group, and Hubbard is kind of neck and neck with Polk. Their population isn't as high, but their seasonal population blows up. So there's a lot of things going on. I just handed you an overview of that, and some of it relates to 48, the rest of it relates to 64, 65. Because the order we're doing the budgets, it's kind of backwards from how I would explain this normally. There's changes happening with 64, 65 we'll talk about. It's going to change the fees, and the fees change there is going to have to be absorbed by all of the counties. And that's where it affects 48. So we're kind of putting the cart before the horse when we're going through the budgets this way. But I wanted to get that out for you. So so the next one up would be the 395 under Fund 48. That's solid waste planning. That's basically the administrative portion of the Polk County only programs. One of the things Ron alluded to it as I first sat down here, the auditor it's always caused confusion. We do an awful lot of internal transfers. Some of it's on necessity. Again, part of the reason for doing the explanation with how the landfill and waste energy facility operate is because they drive off of tip fees. We own those facilities. We also have the Polk County as a customer. The customer has to pay the service provider, and those show up as internal transfers as much as the transfers between departments in the same fund and between departments outside the same fund. What's happened is those transfers are relatively big dollar figures. They're almost $2 million are transferring back and forth between Fund 48, 64, and 65. That factors into the O&M costs, also shows up on the revenue side. But for the state auditor, they just see it as a bunch of needless transfers, so we're trying to reduce that. The only way to reduce that would be combine Fund 64, 65, and you can get rid of the internal transfers between those two. I'll still have them between 48 and the other facilities. So I'll still have that. We did the bond part, and I mentioned that in here. One of the things they had was getting the reserves up for Fund 64, 65. They had a formula for factoring in what our goal should be. And again, it's based on O&M. We have $2 million of O&M, or of just transfers of money internally from your left pocket to your right and back again. You take that out, you drop from what was a $4 million to a $3.5 million target, just eliminating the transfers. So we put the budgets for 64 and 65 forward as split, but the intent would be to combine them. It makes the budgets look a little goofy when we get to them here, but I guess that's a long lead in, but it's going to play through all the rest of these budgets. So 5909 is an interdepartmental transfer. We still have that in there. That's money going from Polk County only programs to pay for facilities, the tip fees, like a customer would. In other places, you'll see the interdepartment transfers zeroed out, and those are some pretty big figures. So I just wanted to break that out. 6341 is lease agreements. That goes up a little bit. That's vehicle leases. Our leases on the vehicles are up. Cost of the vehicles went really high. And so you see that number going up by about $7,000.
How many vehicles?
4. And that's between solid waste and zoning.
Right.
So that's your field techs running out.
Mhm.
Going down 6373, that number goes up a little bit. It's a little misleading. So if you look at 2023, that's based on $80 a ton. That was a tip fee at the time. When the 2024 budget was done, the tip fee was still $80. We didn't change that until July of this year. So you're starting to see the revenues are going to start changing. They'll be increasing more than they should. But now I projected this budget based on trying to hit that target for the bond consultant. And so I submitted that at 90. And then our advisory board meeting, they recommended going to 92. So I'll have to go back and change the budget again. So I would take all these budgets with a much more than a grain of salt. They need to change. There's been a lot of changes just in the last week or two. They're again impact these budgets. So if I did want to call your attention to that, that would be an increase there. And then the solid waste planning department, that actually that's where all the taxes used to go, or the fee assessments used to go, and then they had all their internal transfers to all the other Polk County programs. We've eliminated some of that now, but that's basically why you see that rise and fall in that money coming in, is to make those budgets zero out. Any questions with the solid waste planning? Okay, you go to the next one, 396 is score. That's the recycling budget. Again, you see the number go up quite a bit on the first line, the 5031. That's a special assessment. That's just trying to zero out the budget. If the budget was smaller for that program or that department, that number would shrink. As a result, or if revenues went up, that number would shrink. 5909, interdepartmental transfers. That's on the income side. We have an asset replacement account. That's where we try and keep the budgets relatively flat. We set money aside every year for different things, and then when we have that project come up, we pull that back in as a revenue. That's what that is. We're increasing that to do some projects next year. 6419, machinery and equipment. Basically, that's going to be a large recycle container. 6602, capital improvements. That's to do concrete work. That's part of what that transfer from asset was bringing money in. We're going to do some concrete work in Crookston. We didn't do any this year. We had a budget and just didn't do it. And then do something with, if you're familiar with Foston at all, that yard where the people pull up and where we walk in to go to the meeting upstairs. It's all class 5 out there. It frost boils. It gets to be pretty miserable in the wet part of the fall and spring. So we're going to try and start building that out with concrete, so it's more of a all-weather surface, a little easier, a lot cleaner for people walking in, use the facility, a lot cleaner for the staff walking in and out, and build that out. And so just going to try and do as much as we can with the money, try and chase or predict what inflation is going to do with the project. I think it's just easier to figure out at the time, what should we get for the money, and we'll build it. If we cut it back 30 feet, or we can expand it 20 or expand it 20, that's what we'll do. But you want to do enough that it makes sense to do it, because you still have to have it designed and everything. So let's see here. Recycling, the 6836. Again, that's a combination of about 6 or 7 different line items. The big change in there is we have to put tires on, and right now the estimate for those tires on a payloader is $30,000. So about 8 years ago, I want to say we bought a set with 16.5. So I mean, it's just the cost of that skyrocketed. But another part of that is also in Foston, in that yard next door, those are environmental services. That's environmental services work. That's basically Polk County's east side of the recycling operation, but the people are managed out of, the payroll is done out of the incinerator. And so that's Crookston Environmental Services reimbursing the incinerator for those employees over there. They're operating the recycling program. Not the ones running the recycling equipment. This is the people in the yard taking the material, whether it's TVs or scrap metal or household hazardous waste. So that's what that increase is there. Any questions?
Is any of this levy dependent?
The first two that we talked about, GIS and zoning are,
Yeah.
all of the rest of these are not.
Cost of doing business.
It's getting costly. The next one is household hazardous waste. It's one of my favorite ones because usually it doesn't change. And the only change I would report is the 6838. We're actually dropping the cost of what we're paying to process chemicals. We budgeted for it to go up because they were going up, and then promptly it kind of leveled out. So we're part of a 10-county partnership. They're based out of Bagley. Foston and Crookston both have what they call satellite facilities. They come out quarterly, take that material back to Bagley, process it, they aggregate it with all the other 9-county stuff, and then they ship that off. Randy Bodensteiner is the director of the program over there. I think he's been there a really long time, but I think he's been the director about 15 years. Sound right?
Yeah, because he was director before I got on.
It was Brian Hauge, and then they had another guy that was there for a cup of coffee, and then it was Steve Dittman for a long time, and then Randy was working for him and then took over. He runs a pretty tight ship, and
we've been able to keep the assessment the same for years.
Well, and Department of Ag is paying for their stuff. We went through a period where they weren't. And then the paint care program, that's the tax aid they put in Minnesota on the purchase of paint.
Yeah.
They're taking care of that paint cost. So that's why you're not seeing those numbers continuing to go up. Those are getting picked up by those programs.
Going out.
Yep. So we're just dropping that one down a bit.
Yeah, because every time I'd have to sign for those to okay the bills, I looked at the Veolia and I was
It's honestly, it's one of the meetings I can generally skip and don't worry too much about. Jones got a handle on it, and Jake goes too. But when there's issues, I tend to end up out there. The next one would be the transfer station, 398. Kind of the same thing. 65, 62, or 6602 and 6607 are pretty much capital items. And again, that's concrete and that's roll-off containers. In those, there's 6838 is the disposal cost for HHW. That, for whatever reason, went out at 13. I had a note from Patty that that's supposed to be 6859. So I don't know if she was trying to say it's supposed to be the one below it that's marked as 0. I think that's the case. So if you look at sales tax, I think it's just in the wrong item. $38.
6838 you were looking for? Let's see, what dollar amount?
I'm not seeing it, John.
6838 HHW disposal costs $13,000, and then right underneath it, 6859 sales tax on my report shows a 0.
Yeah,
that's supposed to be the 13.
This 13 belongs
Yep.
one line down.
Yep.
Both years. Okay.
So then 6910, looking across here. 6911, the $40,000, that goes to the asset replacement. That's one of those stagnant transfers in for basically a savings. And then 69, I'm sorry, that was 6911. 6910 is $70,000. That shows as a transfer out. That's the bond payment that's being made for the 2018 bond. And so that's a stagnant amount for the next 14 years. 20-year note. So the next department is 399. That's the asset replacement. That's your first 4 lines there, all just the money coming in from different programs. The MPCA loan programs that allows them to hold money that comes in from one year and bring it back as a revenue the next. The next one's the AIS, riparian aid, and then you get down to the environmental services. So really the big one is the transfers going out, 6911, and that's the big dollar amount. That's 315,000. Again, that's the concrete that we're talking about and containers. Any questions so far? Gary's digging in the book.
Checking on something.
There's a statement you'll be tested later. Department 524 is the AIS program. The big change there is the 5909. That's a $20,000. That's classified under emergency response. And that shows back up again in the budget under 6607. And that's the decontamination unit that they want to purchase. So again, we were just talking about the asset replacement. There's a line on there for AIS. They've taken that out and they're bringing it back in.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that one's pretty straightforward. Changes for mileage and things. That's about it.
And it depends on how many techs we get and inspectors.
So before we move on from Fund 48, that packet I handed out, that's got a couple things in it. If we're going to raise the tip fees, we're basically raising them if we go with the $92 ton tip fee for next year. That's represents basically a 50% increase in tip fees in a year and a half. So if you're going to change the assessment to cover that for Fund 48, that's what I have prepared here is what the rate projections would be. And then the next page, they're very colorful. Pink on the other one's what, green? They do green?
Yep.
Green, that's what it'll bring in for revenue based on the classifications, the number in each classification that was out in 2020. So my recommendation would be, but this will be a separate board action. It's not on the agenda to do anything with, but would be to look at raising that amount between the 15 and 17%. And the reason I say that is because you don't want to have a bunch of pennies and everything in there. You look at where the cutoffs are. You want to make it logical and pretty straightforward. Usually, if you double the volume, the price doubles.
That's residential.
Well, this has got residential and commercial.
I mean, that's the different
That's all
categories.
So yeah, the first several lines at the top of that one where it starts with the 61101. That's your normal, your everyday residential, full residential.
Most people are finding on their tax statement.
Yep. The ones with an MH behind them are mobile home. They're different classification. You have to go by how the assessor's office and taxes does things. But then you have seasonal, what we call second home. We got out of this, what we called seasonal a while ago because seasonal had definition. We always had people, it was crazy. We'd have people come in and say, yeah, my neighbor told me to tell you I'm seasonal, even though they're there 90% of the time. So we just made it simple because the lake property, especially when interest rates are low, changes hands so frequently. It's an administrative nightmare. So it's a lot easier just to say, if you're already paying a full residential in Polk County and you have a lake place, a hunt, whatever it would be, we give you a break on the second one. Because honestly, we have people from other counties that they're only here, they're seasonal, and they're bringing everything with them to Polk County. They live in Grand Forks and they bring the refrigerator, they bring all the garbage, they do a demolition, whatever it is. And if you look at our lot, it's got a lot of North Dakota plates in it. But we have a lot of people that are North Dakota residents that are at the lake quite often, even during the week. And you have people that work here. And so we tried to pick that up. Every now and then it gets brought up, we should have someone out there checking. You spend between salary and benefits, you're going to spend about $80,000 on someone to check. And are you going to save that much? That's why we don't do anything with Boston either. We know we have that bleed over from our surrounding communities that are paying the assessment, but we don't think the damage. That's the lesser of the two evils. Hiring someone at 80,000 to save 30 doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So that's why we haven't got to that point yet.
The $100 fee is that like churches and?
No, that when you get down to the SWC, those are all your non-residential. So the minimum in the county is $180 right now.
Non-residential.
Non-residential.
On the pink side, broken it.
Yep. So there's a gap between the residential and then the next, 26 of them down are those 26 are all your non-residential.
I see. Okay.
It gets called business a lot, but then you get things that people come and say, "Well, I'm not a business. I'm a nonprofit. I'm
sure."
Okay, you're not a resident. You're generating waste. You're non-residential.
And that's the amount of waste they're producing in that.
No.
What does the value part mean?
The value?
I understand.
The value is the assessment. That's the dollar amount that shows up on their tax statement.
Oh, I get it.
So if you were to raise it 15%, if you follow along, you're at 180 right now, and you raise it 15%, it would pencil out at $207. Would be the line on their taxes. You go to 17.5%, you're at 211. You probably cut that one right in the middle, 210, and make it. You want everything divisible by 2 because there's the first half and the second half tax statement.
And this is something that we'll deal at a.
This has to be done at a board meeting. We have to go through that. We didn't advertise that. I just wanted you to see what these are. This is what I shared previously with the group, so you can look at them, you get familiar with them. And then the next page, the green one, I highlighted the 2, and I'll show you what that would bring in based on the number of assessments that are out there. So there, where it says assessment value, that would be the dollar figure would show up, and then it says assessment number next to it. That's the number of codes or number of tax statements that code appears on in 2024. And the resident or the non-residential ones slide around quite a bit. Businesses change hands, expand. Hopefully don't contract, but we saw a lot of contraction during the pandemic. So just so you're aware of those. And then towards the back, put this one in. I was trying to get that for our advisory board meeting a week ago, and I couldn't get the other facilities to respond in time. I just did that as a comparison. So if you assume that we're going to go to the 92, which is recommended, again, that would be another board action. For what's at the incinerator, the lowest one of the other 3 plants in the state is Rochester at $84 a ton. That's what they're projecting next year. That's what they're at right now. Pope Douglas in Alexandria, Minnesota, they're at $121,000 or $121.32, not in thousands, hundreds. And then Prairie Lakes, Perham, they're $145 a ton. And I know that one automatically increases by 1% every year.
That's what I was gonna say. I thought one of them had.
So the year after that, they'll be at 3% or 3.25% more. The year after that, the same through the life of their contract. Where we tend to set the fee and then it stays there for hopefully a number of years before it gets adjusted. So that's where we're at. But I put in some of the other things because I sent this out to the other counties too. But you know, construction, demolition, disposal, we're at 45. You know, Prairie Lakes is at 40. Pope Douglas, that's the one in Alexandria that are private. There's a couple private facilities there. Olmsted's at 30. Combustor ash, a couple of them charge for the recyclables. We don't charge for the recyclables. That's managed under that $92 if that's what we go to. Right now, Alexandria is building a facility just like ours. They're in the late stages of construction. They're estimating that they'll go online, even though their tip fee is 121 and change, that they're going to go online charging $60 a ton for every ton of recyclables goes through a facility. So if you were to blend that in, the costs are $92 even better. You know, Prairie Lakes and Perham, they just leave that up to the haulers. And I put in there, and most of the places I'm aware of are charging between $80 and $120 a ton for recyclable processing. Where we're at zero. Compost, we're actually less than the two. Third one doesn't have it at all. So just it's more for your information. You know, like watching the tip fees get as high as they're getting, but I don't know if pointing to the other ones and saying, well, at least we're not them makes you feel any better, but it does give you something to compare to. All right, we're gonna move on to Fund 64, 65. Are there any questions on 48?
Go ahead.
How are we doing on time?
You
Half
have
hour?
3 more minutes. I'm kidding.
Half hour? I'd be fine with a few more minutes.
As much time as you need because I went before you. You can stay here.
Let's just say a half hour.
You can go in the
Sheriff's coming in at 3.
tomorrow. He's coming in.
Oh,
Let's not be here that long at all.
you got moved? It's on mine. It says at 3 a.m. at 3
Oh, no,
o'clock.
you're right. You're right. I missed it. Sorry. Yeah,
Well, I do have a half hour.
32
That's
minutes.
a long way to get to. I have a half hour.
But you don't need to take it off if you don't want.
Well, I just want to make sure you get what you are looking for. But
Exactly.
so
Magic wand?
the next one is the incinerator. That's Fund 64. And that's actually the waste to energy side of the plant. The other side would be the material recovery facility or MRF.
Yep.
So, you know, right off the bat, you're looking at the tip fees, but again, this is outdated now because that was projected at 90. End up coming back here in the next couple of weeks and looking to go with what they recommended at 92. Here's one of those big transfers we were talking about, the 5567. You know, last year's budget was, you know, just under 1.1 million, zero. If I combine those departments, that's zero. That was an internal transfer.
Yep.
6272 professional services. I need to check this one out because the budget I submitted has that higher. I should back up. I'm going to hand out how I do the budgets or detailed budgets, and then I give them to Julie, who then formats them into the format they use for the IFS system. And this is a combined budget. This would be what I'd hope to submit going forward once we do that. So I have line items for different things, and then they get a code put on, and then if there's 3 or 4 things that fall under that code, they get aggregated, and that's what gets submitted. In here it shows under the 6272 professional services, $15,000 going from 132. I have that even higher. I have that well over 15,000. I had 33, but I'm not exactly sure what other numbers, other codes, because we changed the codes now too. What else is in there? So that number jumps out to me as being fishy.
We're in the,
I'm going off the IFS, but I handed out what I hand in to Julie to put into the IFS.
but on this page, we're,
Oh, there.
Where would it be?
yep,
6272. Professional services, second page. So that would be on page 2 towards the bottom.
It's got surveying. or
That's
whatever.
engineering, soil testing,
Oh,
gas
I see, it's in
testing,
orange.
testing, and miscellaneous services cleaning agreements are all under professional services. So everything from cleaning to the stack test, which
Okay.
I know the stack test is missing out of there
Mhm.
because that's going to be more than $15,000 by itself.
Yeah.
So I know there's something that got missed in there. I'm not saying Ron missed it. I'm saying either something when Julie pulled it from this combined thing over, or something didn't calculate.
Mhm.
So I have to find that on my end.
so the difference here is, could be potentially 325-ish to 15.
Well, under 6272, right now it's at 15,000. It's probably gonna be closer to 90. It'll be closer to 90,000. Stack test alone is gonna be about 55,000.
Yep.
Is that a full one next
It'll be
year?
a full one next year.
Okay.
This year we've already spent 69,000. We're doing that 50. It was a 51.5 or 52, somewhere right in there was the amount for just the PFAS test that we do in October. We had to prepay that. So
We had some discussion about that down at Alex last week.
it's gonna be a big deal. I have the same thing with all of the capital stuff. So 6607 is listed here as equipment machinery. We have 258. I had 285 just off of my. I don't know if that was a number that got inverted when we entered the data. And then 6903 transfers out. And again, that's reducing almost all the internal transfers, but it's got some payments going out of that fund. On the 391, that's the front separation, MRF is what we call it. The 2024 grant, I mean, that number's wrong too. Should be 2,350,000. We got $1.5 million grant for the co-collected organics and $850,000 grant. Or actually, I take that back. I bet it's right. I bet it shows up in the landfill. The $200,000 out to the landfill for the compost.
Okay.
So maybe she split that.
There's another, you're right, there's another 200 new code, 65 somewhere.
Yep, that'd be the landfill. Yep, it'll be under MSW. Yep.
Back to
Okay.
391.
Yep, that's what it is.
that's
So
right.
that is right. So we did get 2 MPCA grants. I think I've covered those before. We signed the contract, so the one is all set to go for what they call fines enhanced recycling. That'll also come back into this budget. I increased most of the, over half of the commodities that we remove as a result of that. I increased them by 10%. I'm hoping it actually goes closer 15 to 20, but it's hard to tell until you run it for a long period of time, taking spot samples, taking a 15-minute sample here and one there. The waste stream changes so much you can't really draw real good numbers on. But the return on investment on that one might just, I mean, that could be 1 to 2 years if you hit it right.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we bonded the local share for, was those 2 projects. The other one's the organics. That one doesn't do the repayment nearly as fast. I wasn't even really looking at it too. I was looking to hit a future mandate. You know, you have a mandate to collect organics down in the Twin Cities right now by 2030, and they're already working on doing that statewide. And then this EPR, extended producer responsibility thing, that just went into law this last May.
Yeah.
That also has an organics piece in it, so I'm trying to get ahead of the curve on that. So
When did that become effective? Like August 1st, or is it?
what's the EPR?
Yeah.
The EPR went, the governor signed it into law, like the 24th of May, if I
Yeah.
remember right. And so it's in effect, but what they do is whenever you hear someone talk about this, they have trouble telling you what it does because no one knows what it does, including the bill authors. So what the law does is it says, it gives you the concept that the manufacturers of packaging material, which is almost everything, that covers your cardboard boxes, your beverage containers, your plastic film, everything. They're responsible to pay for the management, the reduction, the collection, the transportation, the processing, and final use of their products. And so by 2029, they're on the hook for 50% of that cost, 2030, 75%, and 2031, every year after, 90% of those costs. Now, how do you do that? They don't know. So what they did is they set up an organization that has to have members, and they determined who the membership has to be made of to draft a plan on how they're going to do that. It gets submitted to the MPCA. MPCA approves it, and then they have to implement it by 2029. So that's why I can't tell you exactly how they're going to do it. I can tell you the broad scope of it. But the end result is, if you're a city, you know, that wants to collect recyclables, they should be paying by 2029 50% of your cost and 90% by 2031 every year after. So like the city of Crookston's looking at doing a curbside changeover. I don't think they have any idea this is out there.
Probably not.
So Chuck got a notice sent to me, called the city. They want to talk about it in a couple weeks. So, you know, we'll see where that goes.
And all subject to change with the next administration.
Oh, the EPR law? Well, that's in state law, so you'd have to get it, the House and the Senate to do a bill to kill it, signed by the next governor or the current governor. I don't see that happening. Just like everything else, it's hard to take something away once you put it out there.
Yeah.
It's really hard to take it away.
Changes to it.
That's why a lot of things are happening the way they are. Is just get it done and we'll figure out how to do it later.
Okay.
It's hard to take it away. So, yeah, there's several things, but 5912, that's the new bond coming in. That's to pay for the local match for those grants. So that will drop off. And in all honesty, both the grant and the local bond amounts are showing up in here probably won't actually be what's spent, because some of that will happen yet this year, assuming they sign or they get us the contract for the second grant. And we execute that this year. But right now they're telling me that's probably the end of the month, early next month. Because the equipment's got about a 4 to 6 month lead time on it. So if you want this in place by next summer, you have to order it this year. Lots of places ask different amounts down, 20%, 50%, whatever it is. So going further down, 6607 capital machinery. Again, those are the grants going out. And then 6701 is the bond payment. And that number is wrong. That should be $200,000. So I have to see what happened there. That's the incinerator. You go to, I'm sorry, that's the MRF. So we cover the incinerator MRF, that's Fund 64. That actually has a negative balance on it between those two. It has a negative balance because we're not doing all of those interdepartmental transfers. If they're both in the same fund, you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
That's what was going on there. That's what you'd eliminate by doing that combined budget. The next one is the landfill, Fund 65. 392 is the MSW landfill. You got tipping fees in there. That's actually coming down a bit, and that's because we're projecting, and we actually are right now, getting more of the waste to the incinerator to be processed instead of out to the landfill. And that's at the last meeting, I asked the counties, is anyone still holding waste out there that we could be processing that could be coming in? So last couple of years, they've been, Beltrami and Hubbard especially, have wanted us to be able to process more of their waste and not have it go to the landfill. Now we're getting to the point where we're asking them if they have anything to send. We've made that MRF pretty efficient. And so especially in the dry part of the spring, late winter, early spring, when you got freezing temperatures, there's no moisture in the waste. The seasonal populations are down. We process all of the waste we can process, and we're shut down for a couple hours a day. They're cleaning, doing whatever. So try and get to the point where we have everything we can going to Foston to be processed anyway, even if it's above our burn capacity. And then we figure out what the balance is, or what the difference is in our processing capacity. That's where we could go out and pull more recyclables to process or garbage. So that's what we're looking at. But again, if they're in the same fund, it doesn't matter which one it goes to. Compost, you see that going up. That's the 55-55, and that's because of both our grant for the co-collected organics, and Hubbard County got a grant to pick up all the large businesses. So schools, hospitals, restaurants, casinos. And so that might actually start, if they want to get into it, they can start bringing in stuff that actually doesn't even come into our system and bring that in. And they're going to start bringing in shredded wood, because in order to compost the organics, you have to have a carbon source. Hubbard County got a high-speed grinder as part of their grant. So they'll grind all of the stuff they're currently burning right now, all of their storm debris. They have mountains of it that they have to burn just to halfway through the summer, so they can take in the next 10 acres of stuff. So I have cut a deal with them that they'll mix in the stuff, so we don't have to go looking for the carbon source, and we'll give them a reduced tip fee because we don't have to find it and grind it ourselves. So it's a win-win. And if we can set up that biochar thing for them, that's a sale of material that right now we're disposing of, but that hasn't materialized the way it was supposed to. But we project an increase there. We should also, and that shows up under the miscellaneous, is the organics and all the different things. We have cannabis, non-THC cannabis coming in from the cannabis grower in Monoman. They're sending us stuff now. Try and work with the MPCA and the Office of Cannabis Management on how they're going to handle some of the other stuff. Yeah. Also in there, if our permit ever gets done for the landfill, that has our ability to sell compost in it. We've been waiting on them since May of 2023 to approve it, and they still haven't, but I just got the draft permit yesterday again. I haven't had time to look at it. So once that's approved, then we can sell compost off-site instead of using it as cover material, which is about its lowest value. Let's see here. Increase the amount of contaminated soil that we use for cover. We were going to actually turn some away this year, and I told them, don't you dare. Find a way of taking in so we can build those reserves up. But we were budgeting for more of that, because if we lose some of the fines and we lose the compost that we're using as cover material, we'd be able to use more of the contaminated soil, which we charge for. Mm-hmm. So that's what I'm bringing in there. And then there's that $200,000 under 5912. That's the other $200,000 was missing from the other budget. 6602 and 6607 and 6701. The 6701 is our bond payments and lease, out there equipment lease, so that's right. There's something going on between 6602 and 6607. I don't know where the 519 number comes from based on what I submitted, so because I have to figure something out there. If I had to guess, I would say that in the 2024 budget was all under 6602, and the coding changed, and that broke out. The 1.1 became 420 and 520. So that's what I said. I got to figure this out. The 6836 recycling that just drops off. I don't know what that was. And transfers out again. The 6903. That's eliminating those internal transfers. So all that's left is that 40,000. Out of there, that 40,000 is our financial assurance payment. So our landfill for MSW is required to have financial assurance set aside. It's a payment that goes into a dedicated trust that's in care of the state of Minnesota, and that's supposed to cover the closure of the landfill, the post-closure care, and any contingency action. And so they set that goal, and it adjusts for inflation, and it's a constant upward moving target you have to hit. So every year we end up contributing a little bit more to it. And it's based on whatever your gap is from what they calculate and what you have in the trust. You divide that over 120 months, 10 years to get it up there. So that's where we're at right now. The demolition landfill is 393. There's not a whole lot going on there. Again, you get the 6607, 6701. 6701 is bond payment and leases. There's 2 equipment leases out of there. And the 6607, the capital, I have a question mark by that. That one's low. Like I said, there's just something kind of goofy when I think Julie split the combined ones out. I don't know what happened, but we'll figure that out. The ash department is my favorite one because there's nothing in there. It just, all that happened if I charge, prorate out the expenses related to the ash landfill, it just means we have to increase the cost of the incinerator. So we're just paying ourselves. It's just easier to have it figured into the tip fee at the landfill and the incinerator and just zero that out. The only customer is our incinerator, our waste energy facility. Any of the other ash that comes in from like Crystal Sugar or UMC, that has to buy our permit, go out to the MSW landfill. And the issue with the ash cell is we've actually been going backwards on the capacity of it because we do so many road projects for the highway department that it's a negative number. So it's real hard to project. It's all expense and no revenue, and then the landfill actually gets emptier the more time goes on. This is kind of a nightmare to try and budget for. So we take that out. The net result, if these would be combined today, your net for this combined 64-65 would be to the good of 344,000.
Give and take the few mistakes you gotta fix.
What? I'm sorry.
Give or take the few changes you have to make.
What I projected when I handed out was what, 200. $201,000 and change to the good between all.
Okay.
But again, I know there's issues in there, and I have to address the tip fee changes too.
You can do it.
Well, we have to do it. So we'll do it. One of the other issues we have is we're very low on certified operators out there. We lost another one. We technically right now don't have enough certified boiler operators to operate. We have a maintenance person that can do fill-in work. And we have another one we can certify. Wade's willing to certify to also help balance that. but they're on maintenance. But we're over 2 years out before we have another loader operator certified, yep, to move up, and we have not gone a year without losing an operator. So we're losing them to two places, both in Bemidji. One's Bemidji State University, the other one is Sanford Health, and they're just paying more than we pay.
And we train them and they get them.
That's exactly. And for a maintenance person to get that license takes 5 years. For a loader operator to get that license takes about 3.
On the boiler side, is it possible to contract with a company?
No.
0 chance. You have to get, in order to run our boilers, you have to get not just the boiler's license, you have to have the waste combustors license. So that's a specialty thing to the waste combustor industry. But then on top of it, you have to be certified on all of our equipment, which takes quite a bit of time. So even going to another waste energy facility, you shorten the timeline, but you still have to certify them on our equipment, and all the equipment, all these plants is grossly different. Where they're going to, they're not burning garbage. They're burning natural gas. They work in a clean environment. We work in a dirty environment.
Are they willing to, are those people that are leaving, are they ever willing to come back and work part-time or something if we needed them to?
Well, you'd have to hire them full-time to do it. They'd have to leave their other job because it's rotating shifts.
Even on a part-time, if somebody got sick or something?
No,
No.
because it wouldn't fit with their schedule.
Okay.
Or ours. It's hard to work a 12-hour shift and then go work an 8-hour job 3 hours later. That's where we're at. So we're gonna have to address it in wages. Chuck and I have talked about it. There's no clean solution to it.
What's the salary difference? $5,000 per year
About
difference?
$6 an hour.
Okay.
So you're looking about 15,000.
Cleaner environment.
Real clean environment.
Oh, is
It's
it?
natural. It's natural gas.
Oh,
They don't have to clean out ash. They don't have to work with garbage. They can sit in a room and you just make sure the gas is flowing, the heat's on, and you do your maintenance.
We're trying to come up with something that we can.
can be a retirement job.
No, it ain't.
We have to work another 3 to 5 years just to qualify for that job.
He's a
I'm
young
sure you
guy.
could study and pass the test, though.
Yes. He's
You're a
young
good
guy.
student in school, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
okay.
want to take my test, the other one I have to take every 10 years?
No, that's one of the questions we have to ask, because it's hard to find equipment operators that also are pretty good at
Right.
book learning and
I
taking
understand.
tests. And
Yeah.
it gets to be difficult. So, but again, that isn't really accounted for in here either, and that gets to be a pretty sizable number. Because to adjust to that, then you're over the supervisors, and it's a domino effect. So, anything else I didn't hit from my list?
No.
We even hit the EPR bill in here, so we got to it one way or the other all throughout here. Yeah, I think there's a way of doing it. I need some of the things to quit moving, so you can plug them in, and everything else kind of falls into place. But I think the point of this was to get something in front of you so you can see what was happening. It might not be the exact number, but it gives you the trend, or where the changes are.
Thank you.
All right. We'll take a 6-minute break here and be back.
go through this, do you know if these were added into the regular budget line or the growth pay and stuff on these two wishes, or were they just left out until a decision was made?
I don't recall changing anything on your budget since
Okay,
the
what's
beginning.
yours say?
So we're looking at,
Yeah, it is then.
it's
Yeah,
not changed, you're saying?
yeah, and it wouldn't be, but I think I expressed that last time, so. You ready to go,
Okay,
sir?
we're ready to go.
Okay. Okay, I think you're starting off at gross pay is 3499179. I have a couple ads I would like. I would like to change that Justice Center deputies from grade 11 to grade 13. The starting deputy pay is $31.55, and starting at the Justice Center is $28.62 on our new hires. We are currently down 3 at the Justice Center and 1 in patrol, so we're still down 4, with 1 being backgrounded at this time, a sergeant, with our office, so possibly up to 5. From the grade 11 to 13, I just broke it out. It's a 24,762, and that would be for everybody working at the Justice Center. We already have 2 patrolmen already working there at patrolman wage, and then the other ones are at that grade 11. Right now, we don't have anybody at the Justice Center at a grade 11. They're a grade 12 because of passing the PTO and moving into
good.
that.
That's good.
So we've got 1 in process. So if they go from grade 12 to that 13, it's a extra 12,688, and then if it benefits additional of 2,429.76. So looking for that. Also,
one second.
Yep.
That would be putting 5 or 6.
Yeah, then we would have a total of 3 change. 3 would change.
3 would change.
Yeah. And so we have a supervisor now. We have a total of 7 over there. So you're going to get the 3 more added on changes. Because we have
And
a 12.
then you would, so they'd.
So it'd be 3 plus, yeah, it's total of 4. Because 1's at a 12. No one's at 11 except Alyssa, who just started with us. Alyssa Lang.
So all deputies would be at a grade 13.
13
theoretically. And then you would choose which ones are at the Justice Center, which ones are doing whatever position.
It'd be considered an assignment. Yes.
The chief would make that.
Yeah.
decision.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Was everyone clear with that? Okay, very good.
Are we back on?
We are back on.
So I don't see Tim.
Okay, next.
And then also,
you had a question, Paul?
Does that? How many are we still short?
We're right now at the Justice Center. We're 3 short at the Justice Center and 1 patrolman. So we're short 4. And then again, I sent the Public Safety Committee a message that I was just notified on Friday or Wednesday that one of our sergeants are being backgrounded, so by another agency.
Do you know that maybe within a month or so, you think, or?
School doesn't start. Yeah, it's already started. The background has started.
Well, the odds are if they're backgrounded, they're gonna be gone.
My thought is
Yeah,
about 99.9%
what I'm
because
getting at.
he's out hitting the roads constantly, and that's what the agency likes. So I can't see there being a problem with any background. So
Where he be going?
right now he's hoping to stay around this area.
State Patrol? How much difference do we have between
About 21,000.
a year?
He'll transfer right into a top patrolman with the state patrol, and it's $21,000 raise in a year. He'll go in at a rate at level 8 as top patrol, and he's at a 7 with our office. So it's hard to compete with that. Also at the committee meeting, I asked to have a step between the deputy 2 position and the sergeants. Right now, the sergeants are at a grade 15. And when the deputy 2 position came on, once they finished all of that schooling to go into deputy 2, they go into a step 14. So I'm looking to put that gap in between again where it's at for our supervisors. They still have the same training. They still go through a whole bunch of stuff that the other ones are working on right now, but they're getting that. And they have to go to BCA classes to get that supervisor certificate. So looking at other contracts and everything, it's usually the 2 grid gap. And I know it got shortened up, and I think the deputy 2 position is a great thing to keep people around. And if they want to earn more money, it's just now our sergeants have become so close. So I'm just asking for that, the new wages of that 25,742.80, that would go from a step 15 to step 16. And then with benefits of 4,994.87, the total would be 30,737.67.
There are 3 sergeants then?
There's a total of 4 sergeants that we have. We have 4 patrol sergeants.
And then how about the captain? What happens there? Does he need to go
He's at administration, so he's
not on the union?
He's not in the union. So that would be up to the county with that.
Salary.
The salary.
Yeah,
but his salary would be more than what the sergeants would be making.
Yes, he gets paid more. I'm not sure where he's on the grid position.
I'm just wondering if there's a whole change.
Oh, there possibly could be.
It changes everybody above's salaries. Could.
Oh, yeah. We've been hearing it in our contract negotiations. The same thing, almost word for word.
On anything from what?
From the sergeants, right? You're referring to? Yeah.
Well, and the deputies too.
Pardon?
Both groups.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So
he's already explained the justice deputies increase.
Yeah, I was on the first part.
You
That's
have
that sheet I
you have
handed.
4 potential sergeants that what you would see going from with that step from 15 to 16.
Grade 15, where they're sitting at the grade to a grade 16.
Correct. Okay, 4 total.
Okay. And then with our blind item of 166243 is down our memberships, dues, and registration fees. That I think we talked about this time. That's going to get dropped down to 10.2. We'll take 2,000 off that, and then we just had a couple new ones in there. We got the new North Emergency Communications Board fee of 800 and the K9 membership ad of 210, and the budget line should show 10.2. So we'll make that change on that. For 166265, that's going to be our data processing software, and we are looking at the GTEC body-worn cameras. Those are in-car camera storage, which is going to be 32,097. And we had the visual labs that we're changing all over in 2024 was at 23. But with all of our body-worn cameras and our vehicle storage, the difference is going to be 8,769. So total in the budget was 38,458 for that. Our 166272, it's our services. This is new for me because everything was split up before, but medical evaluations, adding of 3,200, and these are the ones that were split before. They're all added together, and the calculation was 29.5, but in the budget line started at 26, and with the add of the other 7,700, it should be at 33.7.
Regular 6272, sorry.
Yes, services. Yeah. That was with the new ads, so. And the services also include our transcriptions, our lexical, daily trainings and bulletins, vehicle tolling, also in our wellness program, DocuShredder, all the different services that come through our office. Also with that ad, to get to where we're at on the budget line, there's a new ad of $8,000 for new mental health checkups. This is through our mental health lease services counseling. So there was an ad, put an ad of 8,000, and then also an ad of 3,000 for body worn camera audits that we have to go through for the state and have somebody come in and audit that. So the total should be, with that dock rental out on Union Lake, should be 45,200. Does that come up there? That would be 62, so you got 41.8.
I got 41.8 and then a little bit more down in one of those new codes right here.
Okay.
Where did I say it? Is that it right there? Medical eval 32.
832.
So those
okay.
two add up, I think, to what you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. With 166341, these are lease agreements that we have. In total budget line is should be 56,747, and our central square, this is our CAD, our report writing, is up 1871. Leads online is up 888, and then with our Lexipol Paulus manual e-dispatch, and which some of the lease agreements go with our Justice Center, metal detector, iCrime Fighter. The total budget line for that was 56,747. So that would be the new ads with that central square and leads online to get up there. Next one would be 16,200, 6419. This is equipment, not capital. I'm looking at replacing, updating our handguns with red dot sights, and then also replacing handgun lights. And this would also include holsters and then ammo for training for our 32 deputies. So the total with the trade-in of the old handguns would be 36,200. So that's an equipment line, and also for updating with our new rifle scopes at 686.95 times 22. We've been replacing as they've been going out. We have military red dot sights that we've been able to get them through the military, but they're outdated, so we're having problems with them. And I think the best thing is to go to one unit and all be on the same page. So that with a rifle pressure switch light at 160 times 30. Some of our tactical officers or SWAT guys are already using those. So that total would be 19,920 for the equipment budget.
So the red dots and the other scopes are the same?
The military ones, no, they're a red dot ones. These new rifle scopes are just like a rifle scope with a red dot in it.
I see.
It's a Vortex, and as we've been going through them, we've been switching out the scopes, so everybody's been staying the same. That's why the number's not up to 32.
Okay.
Okay, also with that, Axon tasers, total with a 5-year warranty and 2 cartridges, times 10. We have to start replacing them. We have tasers that are back in 2009, 2012. All the warranties are done. So once they quit, they're done. So we're trying to start upgrading our tasers, get rid of all the old ones. We're looking at replacing those. So that would be 10 at a cost of that 19,450. They're a very extensive tool. We don't have a lot of them breaking, but these are way past it. They're almost 10, 11 years old. So with the Humvee, we're looking at replacing some tires on that, which would be $4,700.
Is that all 4 tires or?
Yes. Yeah. And then also finish that. Last year we did that delaminating with the back windows in front. It's just night and day difference. So we were looking at finishing the other 2 windows in the back for that. Also looking to upgrade the 219 patrol and rescue UTV that we have. And we're looking at the replacement with that, with trading would be 24,000. And with that unit, we would put the blinkers on it, more of the lights to be on the road. We use it a lot down at the, in Fertile for the fair and all that stuff, and it's really hard to get that stuff. I think it should be on there, so if we have excess money for upgrade on that, so the total in the equipment, not capital budget line, is 110,500. The fuel 166561, I just added 5,000, not knowing where it's going to go. Try to look at each year and try to break it down. So I just put up 5,000 as it's been staying up around that 3,000 or over $3 a gallon. So the 16,200 6607, this is our equipment. This is capital. Now, and this one is broken down. This is for the equipment needed for new vehicle build outs, including 8 new in-car radios and 1 portable radio for our new community service officer that we have. Includes all equipment to outfit the patrol squads, and that's going to be 6 Tahoes, 1 Silverado pickup, and then 1 for the transit van. So the equipment would be for that, and like we talked about today with Captain Haugen, is anything that we are going to replace, but if we don't get on the list for ordering it, we can get rid of it. It's just not getting it in time if we have something that breaks. But if there's things that we can use in these squads, we're replacing it, putting it back in, and running out the time with that. If nothing changes, usually it's okay, but things do break and wear out after a while too. So and then also with the transit van that's going to be included here, it's going to be cycled out following the enterprise lease for the miles allotted for that. It's a 2020 with 84,000. So if we keep it another year, it's going to go over. And there's no style changes to this van, so we're able to use our old system that we have, the insert that we've had for the last. So we'll be able to use that. It's just going to cost some money to replace that, and we're going to add 3 cameras for each segment in the transit van, so we can have eyes on everybody in the vehicle versus we just had it on before. So with the total cost of stripping, upfitting, and radio is about $19,169. So kind of Jesse did he put in a budget for 24,095 in case anything goes up for the cost. So the yearly cost for the unit is $15,522. So if we can still use that, our giant insert, I think before they change, it would be a good idea, especially when it's at the miles where it's at. So
Who's the community service officer?
our community service officer is Justin Shear. He was just hired this year. He's still going to school right now, so he comes and works with us and helps us out with over at the Justice Center and odds and ends, and he's been out in the parks and working out in boat and water, so it's been very nice having him. I think, it was a trial and error that we kind of put together with that community service officer to get somebody in here and get him attracted to our office, so when he finishes up, he'll stick around. So and then 16,200 6608 is our vehicles purchases for the new of 2025. We're looking at 117 2024 pricing plus 6% as per enterprise, and then the existing budget is at 374 160 yearly lease schedule. We'll have 6 vehicles we are preparing to sell. We discussed them today and what you did. So and then 3 of the 24 vehicles have already arrived. So there's 2 currently down at Code 4. The enhanced 911 fund, the interface for Central Square for the Power Phone is going to be 8,129. The rest is for any updates or software for Crookston or East Grand Forks dispatch that I will bring up. That's also in here. So, and that one is right here.
We've got our quote from Motorola for the East Grand Forks Dispatch Center, and the Motorola MC75 was $104,000. All the tools and the 5-year contract price is $29,970. The first year price with equipment and monthly charges is $11,730. So if we add the Central Square, which we have to put in, Northland Business, recorder quote, IT, computers, monitors, backups quote, and we're working with county maintenance to look at the generator usage if that unit went down. But the total for startup is we're looking at East Grand Fork Dispatch answering point was 143,7247. And then we'd be down, oh, I'm sorry, we'll go
Line
down,
would you like to
yeah,
do?
all the way down to 16,222.
Yeah,
Yep.
911 and then,
9, yeah.
Yeah.
And then just the ads for that is for everything in there. It's for running the system is our Everbridge Motorola Solutions, our Vista software 28, and Central Square CAD software is 24. So
So it was 6265 was how much?
yep, it's 6341. So 63, there'll be your lease agreements right there. Yep, 111,276. Took out Stone's radio, added that power phone maintenance, and then also the Lingby Tower maintenance on there, which wasn't on there before. So the total is at 111,276 for the budget line of 16,222,6341. And again, I just spoke to about the 6607, which is down that equipment budget. That was including the East Grand Forks Dispatch Center, plus 10%, and then 12% for miscellaneous. And this again is 17610, but that's out without a generator. But the way they've been looking at, they think they're going to be okay. We're doing another walkthrough for tomorrow. So. And also 16,222,610 in the same one, just down there for the office furniture and machines. I've got 10,500, and this is an ad. IT has advised that it's time to change out the computers at those 5 stations in there. So that's for the dispatch center. So other than that, I don't have any ads, wishes. Of any other budget lines, we can go through them if you would like. Those are big ticket items that I'm trying to get some stuff picked up on. So
Jim, one of the things we've talked about, maybe you can comment on it on your various deputy positions about just staying within the number of positions, but letting the department determine rather than transport position, deputy 2, just do transport deputy 2, just do deputies.
Yeah, I think you addressed that when you were out.
Yeah.
It would be as assignments by the chief, right?
Yeah.
That's the route to go, I think.
yeah,
Anything else on that, Chuck?
No, I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
I sorry I missed that part, but
okay.
the other part becomes a little bit of a compression issue and trying to maintain the pay equity stuff. We've added responsibilities or trainings to those job descriptions to get those new grades, but yeah, we've been hearing that.
Yeah.
We meet with those guys again on Friday, so.
And it's a good, yeah, okay, yeah, it's a good. I think it's a great retention thing. I think it's money well set. They have to work at it. It's 160 hours to get that done, that certificate. There's 4 certificates you have to get that the large MSA one. So each segment is lotted off with how many hours, but it's a total of 160, and it's like, and then 7 books you have to read. So
Yeah, and it's just not a given.
No, they have to work for it. It's not a retention thing. It's a retention thing that we built into the office, but it's not a one-time retention thing, like, here's.
And these are above and beyond what they're
Yeah,
required.
they have to do work to get to that deputy too. They just don't, everybody doesn't just get it, and it's gonna take people a while. We've got a couple good ones out there.
Well, that's good. Then
that are
they
running
maybe
through it.
get,
Yep.
you know, comfortable with the
Oh, yep.
system and
Plus, they
stay.
have to have 5 years on, so they can start now and they could finish it, but that still won't change until they get 5 years on, because we set it into that. So I just think it's a thing to keep them around longer, and they've got something to work on.
But I still struggle with the fact that we're short and we underpay compared to places around.
I know.
And that really bothers me. That we are the low man on a totem pole when it comes to pay.
Are we in comparison with other counties?
Yes.
I mean, obviously, yeah, I think that's the key, I think. I mean, we're gonna be lower than the highway patrol because they've, right, I mean,
That
that's
is a
not where
given.
you're going.
No, that's a
No,
given.
Yeah, yeah.
We
You don't wanna lose to other counties.
Right, but we don't want to. But when you have a city, if we're losing to the city in which we're in, that's tough too.
Oh, that can happen too. You mean?
Oh yeah, we can lose to cities. You know,
The Crookston
Thief River
department
PD
lost one of your.
Yep.
To
Thief River
Crookston
PD is a settling a contract. They're just in 24, just with the regular patrolmen, they're up 5 on us, and with sergeants, they're up almost $8. That's a 2024 contract, and they're going into a new one. So as we're going into a new one,
right?
Crookston just asked for a $10,000 raise, then COLA from there. That was in last night on their city council
But
meeting.
we're gonna struggle. We're gonna be behind the 8 ball until we address it straight ahead the whole way. It's just how I look at it. My district has all the lakes and it had no coverage.
Aside from what I've just learned, we have the community service person.
Yeah.
You know, but that's an issue with me. There's not. We're down how many officers, and we can't retain them. It needs to be. We need to do something.
Yeah.
It can't be overlooked.
We have three officers in training right now. So until they finish their 16 weeks, they're going to be teamed up with somebody. So we're still down 7 that can do like a regular patrol. And these young ones are going to get done. And I say young ones because I'm old. I'm just saying that. But I started the same way. I came out of skills and they put you to work. Now we put them through PTO. But I say the young ones are going because that's what we're short on patrol. So, but anyways, yes.
Any other of these items that Jim could expand upon if you would so desire? Any direction you feel on how people are looking at this regional 911? Is that a year away, 5 years away, a possibility, good idea, bad idea?
I haven't heard about it. I know they're trying to push for it, but we tried to do something with Norman County before, but their CAD is so much different than ours. So one of us would have to change their CAD, which is $300 and some thousand. So, but they also utilize it up in the Northwest is usually big, is they utilize their telecommunicators and also they watch over the jail. So they're doing 2 jobs. They're doing 2 jobs. So Norman County says no matter what, we're going to have somebody watching over their small jail before they bring them to Tri Valley. Red Lake is the same way. So for them to go into it, they're still going to have to hire one. So now they can get it done with usually that same people. We've thought it the same way. If the state patrol can do it, we should be able to do it. But then again, everybody else has to be on the same page, same CAD, same paperwork. And state patrol is one unit. you got 87 counties out there. That's 87 different sheriffs that have to agree with how this is going to run. They do regional down at Clay County with Fargo, West, and Clay County. So,
Okay.
so they have a regional. So it does work. I mean, it can. It's just a lot of work to keep up with it. But I haven't heard too much lately. I know we tried in the past, but you know, like I always say, there's got to be an easier way. Always changing's got to be an easier way to make something do it. So.
Well, if not, thank you much.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen, ladies. Look at you. Look at you. Think I forgot you. Have a good week. Thank you.
Well, that concludes today's session, and
Were you done, Chuck, from this morning?
Yeah, unless we're, I mean, I'm
yeah,
certainly
unless you had anything.
here to discuss. That's what we're here for.
If not, you're back tomorrow.
Be here.
Yeah.
And I believe we're starting at 8, right? Maybe first person at 8:15, but
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna.
if everyone could be here by 8, sounds probably.
Get off airplane mode.
So
So we're adjourned till